Chapter 2886. A gale roared behind him. This was Elder Feng's martial soul. A natural-type martial soul could give a cultivator an extremely powerful attack. However, Elder Feng was not relaxed at all. Even though he had summoned his hurricane martial soul, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent coming from Ling Zhao's three-pointed, double-edged sword. That aura suppressed him to the point that he could not move. Fear spread in his heart like the night sky gradually covering the entire sky. How can this guy be so terrifying? Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from Elder Feng's forehead. Even though his hurricane martial soul had condensed a powerful defensive storm in front of him, it did not give him any protection. However, this did not give him the slightest sense of security. His body was still trembling. Every cell in his body was filled with fear. Ling Xiao did not seem like a cultivator at the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. That aura had already surpassed his. He even had the illusion that he had been cut in half by the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Admit defeat. This voice suddenly appeared in Elder Feng's heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout it out. However, the three-pointed, double-edged sword had already slashed through the air. The divine weapon was like a ray of death that could take one's life. Not good. Elder Tsang and Elder Jian stood up at the same time, wanting to stop what was happening in the arena. However, their movements were still too slow. The light of death that was strong enough to split the sky blasted the roaring storm shield away. The wind dispersed. The martial arts arena was completely silent. Elder Feng's body was cut in half. The two halves fell to the ground at the same time. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. The blood on the two halves of his body seemed to have been burned dry. Only 2 pieces of charred flesh were left. That scene was so unbelievable. Old man, I won't hesitate to take your life. Ling Zhao's voice sounded in the arena. Then, the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand disappeared. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Elder Tsang and Elder Jian mockingly. This is the strength of Elder Feng, who is ranked 3rd among the 5 elders of the state of Qin. I think it's just SOSO. Sarcasm, sarcasm. However, no matter what Ling Xiao said, he said it with confidence. That was because he had defeated Elder Feng with only one move. No one had expected such an outcome. The 7th prince, Chun Kangmeng, who trusted him, did not expect this. Chun Kanglin, who was hostile to Jihyun of Silla, did not expect this. Such an outcome was too unexpected. The strength of this guy who called himself Tuoba Ling had already reached such a terrifying level. He only needed one move to kill Elder Feng, who was at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm with 30% of his energy. Everyone knew that this was not Ling Zhao's full strength. After all, the calmness that Ling Xiao displayed after killing Elder Feng was enough to prove it. Chun Kanglin's shock was shocked Elder Jian Chen and Elder Jian Jian's. Elder Jian's of Silla of Sillas, of Silla of Silla, of Silla, of Silla Illa, of Silla. The state of Qin of the state, of S the final trump card. However, ever since they started participating in external affairs, they were killed one after another. Elder Kong had died in Frosty Town. Elder Hu died in an untouchable place. Today, even Elder Feng had died in the palace. What was going on? Could it be that the strength of the 5 elders of the state of Qin was really so weak, even they themselves began to doubt their own strength? However, this guy who called himself Tuoba Ling actually dared to kill Old Feng. Furthermore, he did it in the palace. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Killing Elder Feng was equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire Qin kingdom's royal family. Elder Tsang and Sword Elder did not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. Chun Kanglin did not understand either. The 3 masters from the Heavenly Pool Mountain didn't understand either. unless this Tuoba Ling had the strength to go against all the experts of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Doing so was simply courting death. Old 7, it was just a sparring match. How dare your subordinate kill Old Feng? Elder Feng is the pillar of the state of Qin, the most reliable backer of the state of Qin's royal family. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for killing him? Chun Kanglin looked coldly at Chun Kangmang and asked, Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, the 7th prince definitely did not have the intention to kill Elder Feng. It was all Tuoba Ling's fault. How despicable! Uncle Fu felt Chun Kanglin's killing intent. He knelt on the ground in fear and said loudly, Uncle Fu, you weren't like this before. You don't have to kneel before him. You are my man. Chun Kangmang frowned and said, Moreover, it was Elder Feng who proposed to fight with Tuoba Ling. He also agreed to a life and death duel. He said that after death, they would not pursue the matter. The entire nation is watching. I believe that Jihyun of Silla won't be a sore loser, right? Uncle Fu froze. He didn't know if he should stand up or kneel down. He was very conflicted. He was originally a spy that Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin, had planted beside the 7th prince, Chun Kangmang. Ever since Jihyun of Silla died, Uncle Fu had thought that he had been abandoned and was prepared to completely rely on the 7th prince. However, news of Jihyun of Silla's revival came. He immediately contacted Jihyun of Silla. Jihyun of Silla's intentions were clear. Stay beside the 7th prince, Chun Kangmang, and wait for an opportunity to act. If Chun Kangmang was stubborn, he would kill him. The moment he raised his head, he saw Chun Kanglin's eyes. Chun Kanglin was clearly hinting at him to act. Uncle Fu gritted his teeth and stood up. He then walked behind Chun Kangmang. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. That's right, as long as he killed Chun Kangmang. So what if Tuoba Ling was powerful? After losing his partner, Tuoba Ling would either have to escape or rely on His Highness Jihyun of Silla. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Die! Uncle Fu suddenly launched an attack. The cold, sharp blade in his hand pierced toward the 7th prince's back. This blade was absolutely steady, accurate, and ruthless. It was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed in his life. By the time Chun Kangmang realized it, it was already too late. The blade was only 3 inches away from him. He did not even have the chance to dodge. Upon seeing this, a cold grin appeared on Chun Kanglin's face. He had succeeded. As long as Chun Kangmang was dead, no one would stop him from ascending the throne. No one would know that Uncle Fu was one of his men. He only needed to silence him after the deed was done. However, his smile suddenly froze in the next moment. Even the 3 experts from Tianqi Mountain only saw a flash of golden light behind Chun Kangmang's back. Then, Uncle Fu's hands were cut off. His body was slammed heavily onto the ground. He knelt behind Chun Kangmang. Horror, shock, incomprehensible. This was Uncle Fu's current expression. Uncle Fu, why? Chapter 2887. There's no need to ask him. I already know the answer to this question. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jihyun of Silla and said, That so-called Uncle Fu is just a chess piece that His Highness Jihyun of Silla placed beside you. This chess piece is meant to help him fight for the throne at the most crucial moment. Originally, Jihyun of Silla wanted your War Eagle army to deal with Chen Xiangxiong's Eagle army. But today, he changed his mind and ordered Uncle Fu to kill you. What a load of nonsense. Jihyun of Silla slammed his chair and stood up. He activated his terrifying soul technique again, attempting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Of all the people present, any one of them could die from his soul technique, except for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's soul power was stronger than Jihyun of Silla's. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Jihyun of Silla's mouth. His attack had failed, and he had injured himself. However, he did not show it. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He knew that he was in trouble today. It seemed that he could only rely on the remaining 2 elders from the Qin Kingdom and the 3 experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to deal with this person who called himself Tuobaling. I see. Although you weren't a good person in the past, you were still a virtuous king. But I never expected that Hong Minor would sacrifice her lifespan to save you. Not only did you kill her, but you also stole her soul tablet, infiltrated her clan, and stole their soul technique manual. You're shameless to this extent. The moment their souls touched, Ling Xiao finally knew the secret behind Jihyun of Silla's revival. Hong Minor had sacrificed her lifespan to revive Jihyun of Silla. Unfortunately, that infatuated woman had died in the hands of her beloved man. She had even harmed her own clan. After Jihyun of Silla gained the trust of Hong Minor's clan, he cultivated the Soul Clan's forbidden technique and turned the entire clan into hell overnight. Everyone's soul power and life force were absorbed by him. He became a powerful soul technique expert and had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. After knowing this, in Ling Zhao's eyes, Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin had become people he had to kill. He had no sympathy for Hong Minor. Hong Minor was to blame for everything. However, this did not mean that Chen Kanglin could erase his scumbag behavior. Ling Xiao didn't want to kill him, but he didn't want to kill him to kill Jihyun of Silla, to kill him, to say he was an enemy. Since he had the chance, he had to kill this guy. In any case, sooner or later, they would have to meet on the battlefield. Just like that time, Chen Kanglin actually used a soul technique to try and kill him. If he still sympathized with this guy, wouldn't it be ridiculous? He lifted his foot and walked towards Chen Kanglin. Every step he took tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Every time he walked, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, but it was also like hitting the hearts of these people. What was Ling Xiao trying to do? Everyone who was paying attention to this incident was curious. Why was Ling Xiao walking towards Chen Kanglin? Soon, they would know the answer. Ling Xiao walked in front of Chen Kanglin. He floated in the air and looked down at Chen Kanglin like an emperor. The terrifying pressure made Chen Kanglin unable to move at all. Chen Kanglin's strength had become stronger, but it was only because of his soul technique. Ling Zhao's powerful soul power was Chen Kanglin's nemesis. Chen Kanglin was still as weak as before. No, he might be even weaker than before. Ling Zhao's strength had become stronger, but Chen Kanglin hadn't. Chen Kanglin couldn't bear to lower his head in front of Ling Xiao. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Of course, there was also a hint of fear. He couldn't help it. This person who called himself Tuoba Ling was too terrifying. Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. In the air, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. Crack! The throne that Chen Kanglin was sitting on instantly shattered. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tighten. They couldn't understand where Chen Kangmeng found such a reckless person. Although he killed Elder Feng was weaker than Elder Jian and Elder Tsang. Compared to the 3 experts of Heavenly Pool Mountain, he couldn't be compared at all. Chen Kanglin was able to suppress the 3 elders of Qin Country and the 3 experts of Heavenly Pool Mountain. He shouldn't be weak. However, Ling Xiao dared to face Chen Kanglin directly. Was he tired of living? However, some people thought that Ling Xiao's actions were the actions of a domineering king. He had successfully used his own strength to trample on Chen Kanglin's dignity as Jihyun of Silla. Chen Kanglin stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. However, There was a lack of confidence in this killing intent. He killed Hong Minor and obtained all the soul power and life force of a small family of the Soul Clan that Hong Minor belonged to. He also cultivated a soul technique manual. He thought that he was qualified to be the king of the Qin country. In fact, before this person called Tuoba Ling appeared, things had indeed developed like this. However, because of this person's appearance, the situation had greatly changed. In front of this person, he couldn't resist at all. Right now, he was definitely no match for this fellow in front of him. Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla started to regret. In the past, he had the opportunity to join forces with Ling Xiao to take over the Qin country. Even if Ling Xiao didn't like some of his actions, he wouldn't stop him. At the very least, he wouldn't kill him. However, he didn't know if he was blinded by lard, but he actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to obtain the Moon Maiden. If Ling Xiao was still by his side, this Tuoba Ling wouldn't be a problem at all. However, looking at Elder Jian and Elder Tsang, those two old things, they were so scared by Tuoba Ling that they didn't dare to move. Looking at the three experts of Heavenly Pool Mountain, they also seemed to be afraid of Tuoba Ling. What was going on? Tuoba Ling, what are you trying to do? Finally, Chun Kanglin spoke. Under Ling Xiao's terrifying pressure, he still opened his mouth to speak. If he was so scared that he couldn't even speak, how could those experts by his side work for him? Don't you understand what I'm trying to do? Ling Xiao sneered and said, "What happened to Uncle Fu? How did Hong Minor die? I want you to say it in front of the entire nation's citizens. In order to defeat a person, one had to attack his weakest point. Jihyun of Silla Chun Kanglin wanted to become the king of the Qin country. He couldn't do so without the support of the citizens. However, if the matter of Uncle Fu and Hong Minor was made public, he would be finished. Unless he had enough strength to suppress all the experts in the Qin country, he would have to get lost. Wishful thinking." Chun Kanglin said coldly, "Hee, I knew you wouldn't cooperate so easily. However, you will speak the truth soon." Chapter 2888. The Chun nation's imperial palace will not tolerate your impudence. Seeing the Jihyun of Silla suppressed by Ling Xiao, the Sword Elder could no longer hold himself back. The Sword Elder stood up and roared furiously. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the Sword Elder. This was the effect that Xiao Qin wanted. Xiao Chen's goal was to defeat his enemies one by one. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with them all at once. I, Tuoba Ling, am just a nameless person. I cannot compare to all of you here, who are famous and awe-inspiring. However, once I set my mind on protecting someone, I will not allow anyone to harm her. Even if I am not strong enough, I will take the risk." Ling Xiao's voice suddenly grew louder. Everyone in the dueling arena heard him clearly. As a friend of the seventh prince, Chun Kangmang, I will break this dark imperial court today and smash it into smithereens. Smash it into smithereens. The second-ranked Sword Elder of the Chun nation. Do you want to fight me? This is a battle to the death. Do you dare? Ling Xiao's voice had already spread throughout the entire Chun nation through that special enchanted treasure. If the Chun nation's imperial elder refused to fight Ling Xiao because he feared death, he would lose all face. Furthermore, if a battle really broke out, Ling Xiao was confident of killing him. Almost everyone was paying attention to this man, who called himself Tuoba Ling. Since he dared to be so arrogant in the Chun nation's imperial palace, even if he died in the end, it would be something to be proud of. In the past few years, the Chun nation's citizens had suffered a lot from the royal court. Even some of the minor nobles were often exploited by the royal court and the major nobles. The major nobles had long since purchased the Chun nation's royal court's dark rule. They hoped that someone could smash this imperial court and return the Chun nation a clear sky. Today, the person who called himself Tuoba Ling stood here. The Chun nation's citizens looked forward to this person helping them vent their anger. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to broadcast this live was simple. He wanted to gain popularity for himself. This Chun nation would be his sooner or later. Without sufficient popularity and prestige, it would be difficult for him to control this nation. When the time was right, he would reveal his true identity. The sword elder firmly stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes emitted two sharp rays of light that were similar to sword light. However, he still didn't agree to Ling Xiao's request for battle. He was indeed stronger than Elder Feng. But the problem was, even if he was strong, he couldn't be that strong. For Ling Xiao to be able to kill Elder Feng in one move, his strength was definitely above his own. Why would he seek death? The dignified sword elder is actually such a coward. Forget it. If you don't dare to fight, then obediently sit there and don't fart. Otherwise, I will mistakenly think that you want to fight. Ling Xiao saw that the sword elder was silent and could not help but sneer. The sword elder clenched his teeth. His old face flushed red, but in the end, fear overtook his will to fight. He actually sat down obediently. The dignified sword elder had become a laughingstock. It can't be. Sword elder is actually afraid of him? It seems that we have all underestimated this person. Perhaps he really is very strong to the point that even the sword elder is afraid to accept his challenge. At the side of the arena, there were some other spectators. They were the remaining princes. Among these people, only the fourth prince supported Chen Sangxiong. The rest of the people were actually fence-sitters. Moreover, they had no ambition. They were all looking at the situation. If Chun Kangmang had the advantage, then they would naturally choose to follow Chun Kangmang. Hearing the sword elder's reply, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. His laughter was carefree and full of sarcasm. From his mouth, he spat out words that could anger the sword elder to death. Chun country's 5 elders, in the end, are just a joke. Elder Kong couldn't even kill a 16-year-old youth. Ling Xiao? Trash. Elder Hua was even killed by this youth. He is even more trash. As for Elder Feng, he couldn't even block one of my moves. Trash among trash. But in the end, they still dared to fight. But the sword elder is a real coward, a coward, a coward. He doesn't even dare to fight. He is even more trash than trash. Chun country's 5 elders, 4 of them have already been crippled. Is this the strongest backing of Chun country's royal family? Don't make people laugh their heads off. Hearing these words, the majority of the Chun country's royal family felt very unhappy. Chun country's 5 elders were their faith, their pride. Now that they were being criticized as worthless, how could they be happy? Especially the sword elder, who stared at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to eat Ling Xiao. Brat, don't go too far. The sword elder sitting there emitted an ancient and desolate aura. His martial spirit must be extraordinary. Ling Xiao directly ignored the sword elder and looked at the sword elder. The eldest of Chun country's 5 elders, Elder Tsang, your strength should be stronger than the 4 of them combined. Since you say that I'm going too far, then let's fight. A battle of life and death, until one of us dies. Do you dare? Ling Xiao looked at the sword elder with a mocking smile on his face. The sword elder's face became extremely ugly. Of Chun country's 5 elders, only he could still keep up appearances. The 3rd brother, the 4th brother, and the 5th brother were already dead. The 2nd brother was so frightened that he lost his will to fight, as good as crippled. If anything happened to the 2nd brother, Chun country's 5 elders would become complete laughingstocks. This person who called himself Tuoba Ling was clearly trying to pin them, the Chun country's 5 elders, to the pillar of shame. Even if they died, they would die of cowardice. As the last pillar of the royal family, the Sword Elder knew that he could not back down, much less admit defeat. The Sword Elder stood up, his gaze fixed on Ling Xiao. "Oh, you want to fight?" Ling Xiao's face was filled with excitement. This Sword Elder was definitely strong. He was the key person for Xiao Chun to raise his cultivation. As long as Xiao Chun could advance to the peak of the 12th floor of hell, he would not have to fear the 3 people from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Li Xiaotian was the strongest of the 3. Xiao Chun did not fear him. So what could the other 2 do? "You had better back down." Suddenly, Li Xiaotian stood up and said to the Sword Elder. Li Xiaotian could tell that the Sword Elder was feeling very conflicted. If he fought, he was afraid of dying. If he did not fight, he was afraid that the Chun country's royal family would lose face. Hence, Li Xiaotian had to step forward to help. After all, no matter what, the Chun country's royal family was very obedient. With such an obedient royal family providing many resources to the Heavenly Pool Mountain every year, the Heavenly Pool Mountain needed to protect them. Moreover, Li Xiaotian had come to the Chun nation with such a mission. The Sword Elder was stunned for a while. Then he heaved a sigh of relief, as if the knot in his heart was gone. "Humph! With the Heavenly Pool Mountain's experts dealing with you, this old man will have less trouble." The Sword Elder snorted coldly and sat back down. "A coward is a coward. There is no point in finding excuses. In your eyes, they are experts. However, in my eyes, they are nothing." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Heavenly Pool Mountain's experts were nothing? Wasn't Tuoba Ling's tone a little too arrogant? Chapter 2889. Among the 3 from the Heavenly Pool Mountain, 2 of them were unrivaled in the 12 layers of hell. Even the old man could not last more than 3 moves against them. As for Li Xiaotian, he was an early-stage Yin-Yang realm cultivator at the 13th layer of hell. This fellow who called himself Tuoba Ling dared to say that he was nothing. This was simply seeking death. This fellow was too arrogant and reckless. He was simply courting death. Li Xiaotian stood up from his seat and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Anger appeared on his face. In the extreme monarch secret realm, a brat called Ling Xiao broke one of Li Xiaotian's arms. He had to use a large amount of internal energy to recover. Even now, he still felt that something was amiss. Now, another fellow called Tuoba Ling came to find trouble with him. Did these fellows really think that the cultivators of the Heavenly Pool Mountain were easy to bully? "Senior brother, let me fight. There is no need for you to personally deal with such trash." Someone beside Li Xiaotian said, "There is no need. I have nowhere to vent my anger. Since he is seeking death, I will grant him his wish." Right after Li Xiaotian spoke, his killing intent blossomed. Then he charged at Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. The Heavenly Pool Mountain had best stay out of the Chun nation's matters. Otherwise, you will not be able to return alive. Ling Xiao said as he looked at Li Xiaotian indifferently. Xiao Chun stood with his hands behind his back on the vast dueling ring. A gust of wind blew under the moonlight, causing his robes to flutter and his long black hair to dance wildly behind his head. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun did not show any fear when facing Li Xiaotian. Xiao Chun did not mind exposing his identity to deal with this fellow. As long as Xiao Chun killed this Li Xiaotian, the others would not be a problem. Even if Xiao Chun exposed his identity, it did not matter. A battle of life and death. Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Li Xiaotian. "That's right. A battle of life and death." Li Xiaotian nodded. "In that case, it would be best to write a written agreement. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Pool Mountain reneges on the dead and comes to find trouble with me, I can take it out for all the heroes of the world to see." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Humph. So be it. Do you really think that you can kill me? Li Shao Tian snorted and wrote his name on the life and death certificate. He did not care about these things. As long as he killed Ling Shao, nothing else mattered. Ling Shao smiled and wrote down his name. The two of them stood on the stage at the same time. They stood 100 meters away from each other and looked at each other coldly. Phew! A gust of wind raged, and their clothes began to flutter violently. It's windy? The sword elder suspiciously looked at the sky, but he didn't see the slightest movement of the wind. It's the strength of those two people. The old man looked at the arena and said coldly, until now, he still couldn't accept being called a coward by Ling Shao. But he couldn't refute it. After all, he had backed down in the end. In fact, if he was willing to fight, then even Li Shao Tian would not insist on stopping him. In the end, he was still a coward. The fierce wind on the stage came from Ling Shao and Li Shao Tian's strength, ferocious and overbearing. To Obeling, I don't care who your true identity is. Since you have met me today, only death awaits you. The reason why the sword elder and old man didn't accept the challenge was because they wanted to leave you, the prey, to me. Do you really think that they are afraid? Standing there, Li Shao Tian said in a clear voice. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. It is still the mortal-grade emperor weapon. However, Li Shao Tian did not release his martial spirit. Perhaps he felt that there was no need to do so. Are they stronger or are you stronger? Ling Shao sneered as a three-pointed double-edged sword appeared in his hand again. Of course I'm stronger. Then, after I kill you, I can prove that what you just said was bullshit. Ling Zhao's aura suddenly became berserk, as if he was an angry war god. You have successfully angered me. Li Shao Tian roared as the long sword in his hand trembled. A resplendent sword light instantly shot towards Ling Shao. Facing this incomparably gorgeous and terrifying sword light, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Transcendent Seal, War God Yang Jian. As the Transcendent Seal was executed, golden light flickered on Ling Zhao's body. Then, his entire body was covered in battle armor, as if he was a god. His body was wrapped in a layer of golden illusion. It is a man with 3 eyes. The weapon in the man's hand is also a 3-pointed double-edged sword. It is majestic and incomparably overbearing. At this moment, the sword light arrived and stabbed the illusion, causing it to be sent flying. Ling Shao sneered as a ray of light shot out from the illusion's forehead. It was like a sharp sword chi that attacked Li Shao Tian. He actually became stronger again. Li Shao Tian's eyes were filled with shock and fear as he hastily brandished his long sword to block. At this moment, it is impossible to dodge. He can only take it head-on. Bang! When the golden light hit the long sword, it actually refracted and accurately stabbed Li Shao Tian. A circular hole appeared in Li Shao Tian's abdomen. There is no blood, only burnt flesh and a burnt smell. Looking at the hole in his abdomen, Li Shao Tian's face turned red, and he was extremely angry. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually injured by Ling Shao. Moreover, he was injured in such a sorry state. You'd better use your full strength now. Otherwise, when you die, you will regret it. Ling Shao looked at Li Shao Tian contemptuously and said indifferently, "This idiot wants to defeat me without even using his martial spirit. Isn't he looking down on me too much?" Li Shao Tian's face was cold as the sword martial spirit appeared behind him. At the moment when the martial spirit was released, his aura obviously became much stronger. "I have underestimated you, but if you force me to use my full strength, you will no longer have a chance to live." Li Shao Tian's long sword danced again. The sword light was like a red sun, illuminating the entire battle arena. Bright, gorgeous, powerful. Sun sword, kill. With a roar, Li Shao Tian stabbed out with his long sword. The flashing sword light was like a red sun, forcing everyone's eyes to be unable to see anything, including Ling Shao. He had no choice but to close his eyes. This sword was indeed incomparably gorgeous, and it was indeed impossible to guard against. Coupled with Li Shao Tian's powerful cultivation, the power was extremely terrifying. "Die, idiot!" Li Shao Tian did not shout out loud. This was only what he said in his heart. Now that Ling Shao had lost his vision, he did not want Ling Shao to determine his position by hearing. However, Ling Shao still raised the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. It was pointed at his position. A terrifying killing aura was emitted from the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Between heaven and earth, the killing aura was surging as if the god of death from hell had arrived. Although he was using Yang Jian's Dharma idol, the user was still Ling Shao. Ling Zhao's strongest battle intent was his killing intent. This was the terrifying killing intent that had been condensed through countless battles. People could feel it. Li Shao Tian's sword skill was gorgeous and powerful, causing people to be afraid. However, Ling Zhao's attack was more simple, but more terrifying and shocking. Li Shao Tian gave people the feeling that he was only strong in sword skill and strength. Chapter 2890. With his terrifying killing intent, Ling Zhao's aura did not lose to Li Shao Tian's. Boom! The three-pointed, double-edged blade and the long sword clashed in the air. No matter which direction Li Shao Tian attacked, he could not avoid the strange weapon. The three-pointed, double-edged blade was not an ordinary weapon. He used the Blood Thunder Emperor sword as a foundation and condensed it using the Transcendence Seal. Therefore, it was also a mortal grade Emperor weapon. However, with Yang Jian's Transcendence Seal, he could unleash its power without using his sword martial spirit. Moreover, it would not backfire on him. As the two mortal grade Emperor weapons clashed, explosions rang out in the air. The perfectly fine martial arts arena had already been blasted into smithereens. If these two fellows were to fight outside, I'm afraid the entire Thunder City would be destroyed by them. Although he did not want to believe it, Chun Kanglin had to admit that the two of them were experts of the same level, although Tuoba Ling seemed to be slightly weaker. This clash ended with Tuoba Ling retreating 10 steps and Li Shao Tian not retreating at all. However, Li Shao Tian was unable to feel happy. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Zhao's. Even when he used his full strength, he only had a slight advantage. This was simply a blow to his confidence. Kill. Li Shao Tian could not accept such a situation. He unleashed his potential as an outer sect genius of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. The long sword in his hand gave off an even more dazzling light. Sun Sword Art, Solar Storm. Li Shao Tian could not stand the calm expression on Ling Zhao's face. Ling Zhao should have been frightened and uneasy when fighting with him. However, what Ling Zhao was showing now was excitement and confidence, as if victory was already in his hands. This made him very unhappy. The terrifying sword light turned into a solar storm that engulfed the entire area. Terrifying explosions occurred within the storm. This solar storm did not only have sword light that had terrifying penetrative power. The most terrifying thing was that the sword light could explode and create terrifying explosions that were impossible to defend against. Good. Ling Zhao sneered as he aimed the three-pointed, double-edged blade at the solar storm. Then, a huge black hound appeared beside him. Transcendence Seal. Howling, celestial hound. Swallow those storms for me. When Ling Zhao saw this solar storm, he was almost excited to the extreme. His cultivation was already close to a breakthrough. That collision just now had increased the energy in his cultivation sea by quite a bit. It was already close to 80%. If he could absorb all of this huge solar storm, then not only would he be able to stimulate the eruption of his potential, but he would also be able to fill up his cultivation ocean. The giant black dog rushed out. Along the way, it opened its huge mouth and greedily devoured the terrifying solar storm. After countless explosions, the howling celestial dog was finally destroyed and disappeared. However, the power of the solar storm was greatly reduced as a result. Ling Xiao brandished the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and charged out. The terrifying killing intent completely shattered the remaining solar storm. Ha ha, awesome. Ling Xiao could feel it. He could already feel his sea of cultivation boiling. Although the howling celestial dog had been destroyed, it had devoured a lot of energy from the solar storm for him. Currently, the energy in his cultivation sea had already risen to 90%, or even a little more, although there was still a long way to go before a breakthrough. However, Ling Xiao believed that Li Xiaotian would not let him down. He believed that the terror of a yin-yang realm powerhouse in the 13th level of hell would not be fake. Solar sword flare. Li Xiaotian's attack did not stop. Because Ling Xiao had concealed part of his aura, he did not know that his attack had doubled Ling Xiao's strength. This move was even more ferocious. A huge solar flare fell from the sky, as if a fragment of the sun had fallen into the mystic world. The blazing flames shone in the sky. Rumble! Ling Xiao took a step out of the void, and his soaring battle intent completely erupted. The aura that had been hidden was completely released. His long black hair danced wildly behind his head. The three-pointed, double-edged sword seemed to have turned into a sharp divine sword, pointing at his opponent with the intention of destroying everything. Break for me! A domineering and majestic voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The three-pointed, double-edged sword cut through the void, and the sword light bloomed in the void. Then, it collided with the blazing red solar flare. Destructive gales flew everywhere, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. Such a hot aura. I can feel it so clearly even though I'm standing so far away. What is going on? This guy called Tuobaling is too strong. How can he be a nobody? He must be using a fake name. Yeah, he can face Daoist Li of the Heavenly Pool Mountain head-on without retreating. This is too terrifying. Aren't the two of you going to help? Chun Kanglin was a little worried. He looked at the other two experts of the Heavenly Pool Mountain and asked nervously, Senior brother has his pride and dignity. How can we go and help now? Moreover, don't you believe in senior brother's strength? He is an yin-yang realm powerhouse in the 13th level of hell. In your Chun nation, he is an invincible existence. The people of the Heavenly Pool Mountain showed a disdainful expression and said that Tuobaling might seem to be on par with senior brother, but he is just an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, his cultivation is not enough, and his internal energy is not enough. Just wait, we will see the results soon. Two idiots! Chun Kanglin cursed in his heart. If they worked together to kill that Tuobaling, everything would be settled. How could they still talk about dignity at this moment? Pride? He was a person who would do anything to win. So he really didn't understand the so-called ambition and arrogance of some martial artists. However, he could not say this out loud. Although the three experts of the Heavenly Pool Mountain agreed to help him, they were not under his complete control. They were not like the elders of the Chun nation, who were almost his slaves. As they spoke, the situation changed again. Li Xiaotian saw that the solar flare could not destroy his opponent, and his anger grew. Tuobaling, I want you to understand that the Heavenly Pool Mountain is not something a small character like you can fight against. Our martial techniques are not something you can fight against. Sun Sword Art, Day of Destruction. As he roared furiously, something terrifying happened. Then, something terrifying happened. The red sun-like thing that had condensed above his head suddenly cracked. Then, a terrifying energy was released, constantly attacking the surrounding space. In the end, the scarlet sun-like ball of light exploded. It released a terrifying, glaring light. It illuminated everything, but also seemed like it was going to destroy everything. Kill. Ling Xiao did not retreat. The three-pointed, double-edged saber in his hand met this terrifying attack. It was like Quafu competing with the sun. Kacha! A shattering sound was heard. The three-pointed, double-edged saber in Ling Xiao's hand actually shattered. Chapter 2891. The three-pointed, double-edged swords were destroyed, but Li Xiaotian's attacks continued to pressure Ling Xiao, wanting to destroy him as well. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. It was a strange smile of victory, a smile of a breakthrough in cultivation. Facing Li Xiaotian's powerful and domineering sword, Ling Xiao finally achieved a crucial breakthrough under the threat of death. He had advanced from the late stage of the 12th level of hell to the peak of the 12th level of hell. This might be a small step for others, but it was definitely a big step for Ling Xiao. From this moment on, he no longer feared anyone in the Chen nation. In that instant, 10 demonic dragon swords appeared at the same time. Ling Xiao's body also entered the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation state. For powerful beast souls, the purple lightning bull, the three-headed lava hound, the nine-headed snake general, and the black eagle appeared behind him. Together with the sword martial soul, the huge demonic dragon sword in his hand slashed at the sword chi in the air. In that instant, a destructive aura that made people feel as if the end of the world had arrived began to erupt. This terrifying power formed a destructive sword chi. The destructive sword chi wreaked havoc in the air, creating a terrifying destructive storm. When it comes to swords, you are far inferior to me, Ling Xiao said coldly to Li Xiaotian, as if he was making a declaration. That guy isn't Tuoba Ling. He is Ling Xiao. Chun Kanglin stood up and looked at the youth in the arena in horror. Ling Xiao had already abandoned his disguise and revealed his true face. Countless people saw this scene at the same time. They were all too familiar with the name Ling Xiao. He came from the small Yuhua town and became the city lord of the 8 Immortals County. Later on, he killed the 8th prince and defeated Jihyun of Silla. He killed the 7 generals of the old and new Heavenly Thunder Legion. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that he killed the Lightning Seigneur and indirectly killed Elder Kong. After coming to the Thunder City, he killed Elder Hua and Elder Feng with his own hands and forced Elder Jian and Elder Tsang to bow their heads and admit defeat. Such a person was actually so young. As the saying goes, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Ling Xiao had really broken the imaginations of almost everyone, but the thing that frightened them was still happening. Wherever the true Devil Sword Chi went, the space seemed to be destroyed instantly. Everything was destroyed. Nothing could survive the true Devil Sword Chi. Li Xiaotian's powerful sword light was quickly dissolved, devoured, and shattered by the true Devil Sword Chi. A look of intense fear appeared on his originally arrogant face. How could this Ling Xiao be so terrifying? How could this true Devil Sword Chi be so powerful? When they met at the Yuan Ling tribe, Ling Xiao was able to injure him, but he thought that was because he had underestimated his opponent. In terms of strength, he was definitely above Ling Xiao. However, when they met again this time, Ling Xiao was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was not the first time he had seen this terrifying true Devil Sword Chi. Instead, its power was definitely much stronger than before. Within the true Devil Sword Chi, the shadow of the demonic immortal sword appeared, as though it wanted to kill him completely. Not good, retreat. Although Li Xiaotian was extremely unwilling to admit defeat in front of a guy whose cultivation was inferior to his, and whose background was even more inferior to his. However, at this time, he had no other choice at all. The only thing he could do was to escape. He did not want to die. He knew that he could not resist this powerful attack. Only by dodging this powerful attack might he have a chance to counterattack. After all, such a powerful attack would definitely consume a lot of energy. However, could he dodge it? Could he escape? Ling Xiao, Li Xiaotian, will remember you. I'll spare your dog life today, but I'll definitely take revenge on you in the future. Junior brothers, I'll make a move first. Sword light evasion. At the critical moment, Li Xiaotian used his trump card to save his life. This was a unique skill that came from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Logically speaking, only a few inner sect disciples had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, although this Li Xiaotian was an outer sect disciple, he had a very good relationship with the elders of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Hence, he got the opportunity to cultivate this unique skill. In the past, when he was carrying out missions outside, even if he encountered a martial artist whose cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than him, he could still successfully escape. No one could catch up with him at all. Hence, he also believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to catch up with him. It was absolutely impossible. Running away after acting tough? Unfortunately, you met me. Earth Golden Light skill. Quick! As Ling Xiao's cold voice came from his mouth, he instantly turned into a golden light and completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already more than 1,000 meters away. He happened to be right next to Li Xiaotian. In terms of speed, you're much slower than me. His voice rang in Li Xiaotian's ears. At that moment, Li Xiaotian felt as if he had heard a curse that would end his life. His whole body trembled. Impossible! How could you possibly catch up with my sword light evasion? Not only was he surprised, but the onlookers were also shocked. Li Xiaotian instantly turned into a sword light and escaped. That speed was so fast that their eyes could not catch it. Hence, Chun Kanglin wanted to scold that guy for not being loyal and running away alone without bringing him along. However, in the next moment, they were surprised to find that even with such a terrifying speed, they still could not escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. A terrifying aura came from Li Xiaotian's side. The demon dragon sword pierced Li Xiaotian's body. Chi, chi, the sound of the sword piercing through the elemental energy shield was heard. Li Xiaotian's frightened expression became even more exaggerated. He could only watch as his body was pierced by the sword, but there was nothing he could do. Spare me, and I can give you the martial arts manual of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. At this critical moment, Li Xiaotian could not care less. He only wanted to live. As for everything else, he didn't care at all. Even if he was asked to betray the Heavenly Pool Mountain, he would not care. It's too late. Ling Xiao's voice rang in his ears. When we were in the Yuanling tribe, you and I were destined to live. Only one of us can live. Li Xiaotian raised his head. His expression was extremely ferocious, but his eyes were filled with despair. However, he saw that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. They did not look like the eyes of a human, but more like the eyes of a demon. Begging a demon to spare him? Was that even possible? Who would have thought that I, Li Xiaotian of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, would die in this small Qin nation? I can't accept this. Li Xiaotian's body struggled frantically. He tried to put up a final resistance. He did not want to die. No one wanted to die. Li Xiaotian was even more so. He was a genius among the outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. He was recognized by the elders of the Heavenly Pool Mountain's library pavilion. With a chance, he could enter the inner sect and soar into the sky. But now he was going to die. He was going to die in the hands of someone he once thought was insignificant. The terrifying sword aura had already begun to destroy his body. He could even feel his life force rapidly draining away. Chapter 2892. Li Shao Tian let out a blood-curdling scream. Despair, anger, regret. All of his emotions exploded at this moment. Everyone stared fixedly at this inconceivable scene. Incomparable shock. Seventh Prince Chen Kangmeng once again witnessed Ling Xiao's strength. However, compared to the first time they met, the current Ling Xiao was so powerful that he did not dare to recognize him. It was too terrifying. Li Shao Tian was a first revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the early stage of the 13th level of hell. Yet, he was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. The most shocked people were Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin, and the two disciples from Tianqi Mountain. Chun Kanglin returned this time to seize the throne and then kill Ling Xiao. However, the strength that Ling Xiao displayed caused him to sink into incomparable despair. With such strength, even Li Shao Tian was no match for him. This was really unbelievable. Ling Xiao's aura kept rising during the battle. His strength kept increasing. This was the most terrifying part about him. As long as he could not be killed, he could become stronger. This person was too terrifying. Chun Kanglin, who can you rely on now? After killing Li Shao Tian, Ling Xiao walked towards Jihyun of Silla and asked coldly, Ling Xiao, this is Thunder City. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after killing Li Shao Tian? Chun Kanglin sat there. His heart was filled with fear, but his mouth was still bluffing. Li Shao Tian was almost invincible when he came to the Chun nation. Unfortunately, he met me. I am the #1 expert in the Chun nation. You don't have to bluff to scare me. I am not a 3-year-old child. Tell me what you've done to Hong Minor. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Ling Xiao looked at Chun Kanglin indifferently. Will you spare me if I tell you? Chun Kanglin asked. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me right now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. One more word of nonsense, and I'll let you taste the pain of having your heart pierced. The winner takes all. Do it. I have nothing to say. Chun Kanglin knew that there were some things that he couldn't say. Once he said it, he would immediately become the target of public criticism and be spurned by everyone. He would rather be killed by Ling Xiao. It seems like you don't understand what I'm saying. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into a 9-snake general. The 9 snakeheads swayed ferociously behind him. As the prince of the Chun kingdom, the favored Jihyun of Silla, you have suffered too little. So today, I will let you experience the most basic types of pain. Then, a snake had darted out and bit Chun Kanglin's body. At that moment, the poison flowed through Chun Kanglin's body. Chun Kanglin let out a shrill scream. His entire body curled up into a ball. His face was extremely pale, and he looked like he was about to die. No, I'll tell you. I beg you, please don't torture me. He let out a hysterical cry in fear. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. He thought that Chun Kanglin would be able to hold on for a while longer. Who knew that he would be so useless? Just one type of poison was enough to make this guy completely lose his ability to resist. Ling Xiao controlled the snake heads to suck out the poison. Chun Kanglin felt a little better. However, the 9 ferocious snake heads were still staring at him in the air. He didn't dare to disobey. He told Ling Xiao everything that he had done. Just as Ling Xiao had predicted, this guy didn't just return kindness with ingratitude by killing Hong Min-er. He even destroyed Hong Min-er's entire family. Hearing this guy's account of the tragic events, the angry citizens even began to shout, Kill him. Put him to death by 1,000 cuts. This despicable guy is simply unforgivable. Although their voices couldn't be heard in the palace, they still shouted angrily, "Give me a quick death." Chun Kanglin lay on the ground like a dead dog. Ling Shao glanced at him and waved his hand. A sword radiance flew past, and Chun Kanglin's head was separated from his body. He didn't like to torture people, unless he wanted to ask about something, or if someone had done the same thing to his friends and family. As for Chun Kanglin, he would just kill him. After killing Chun Kanglin, Ling Shao looked at Elder Jian and Elder Tsang and asked coldly, "What about the two of you? Follow him to death, or declare your allegiance to the new king." Elder Jian and Elder Tsang looked at each other. In the end, they both knelt down and said, "Greetings to the new king. Hee, I was counting on the two of you to be loyal. I killed Elder Hua and Elder Feng. Don't the two of you hate me?" Ling Shao sneered. "That's because they were blind and deserve to die." The two old men spoke in the same tone. "Humph, people like you, I can spare your lives. But you must eat these 2 pills. You are too strong, I can't be at ease." Ling Shao coldly snorted and said, "These pills are called soul-absorbing pills. Normally, there won't be any discomfort, but if you want to betray me, it will immediately take effect and scatter your souls." Hearing this, Elder Jian and Elder Tsang looked at each other and revealed an unwilling expression. They originally planned to pretend to surrender and then think of a way to kill Ling Shao or the new king of Qin country appointed by Ling Shao. In any case, Ling Shao can't stay in Qin country forever. They can afford to wait. But now that they have the soul-absorbing pills, they can't carry out their plan. "Big brother, quickly go and find Lightning Emperor. I will stop this guy." Elder Jian suddenly roared and charged towards Ling Shao. As for Elder Tsang, he rushed out of the palace and headed towards the emperor's forbidden area. That is where Lightning Emperor secluded himself. It is also the most secretive place in Qin country. Aside from Qin country's king, no one else knows what secrets lie there. Those who obey me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Ling Shao coldly glanced at Elder Jian, who was charging towards him. Before he broke through, he might need 3 or 4 moves to deal with this guy. But now he only needs 1 move. The sinister snake head shot out at a speed hard to see with the naked eye and bit Elder Jian's neck. Elder Jian died on the spot. Little Gold, to Oba Yunxiang, you guys protect 7th Prince. I will be back soon. Ling Shao can catch up to Elder Tsang. However, he did not go all out. He hopes that Elder Tsang can help him find Lightning Emperor. He really wants to know how strong Lightning Emperor can become after cultivating in the Emperor's forbidden area. Just thinking about it makes him excited. Elder Tsang fled while looking back. He did not see Ling Zhao's figure. However, he feels very uneasy. He keeps feeling that Ling Shao should be following behind him. However, he still can't find him. When you are running for your life, don't look around, okay? Chapter 2893. Did you kill him? The old man was naturally referring to the sword elder. That's right, I killed him. I wanted to let you live, but you didn't want to, so I had to kill him. Ling Shao said indifferently, What do you want? I didn't offend you, nor did I attack you. You can't kill the innocent. The old man roared. Innocent? Hee, you didn't do it yourself. But are you going to tell me that the army that attacked the demonic dragon city didn't have the orders of the 5 elders of the Qin kingdom? What a joke. Now you're talking about innocence with me. If I wasn't stronger than you, I would have been killed by you. Ling Shao mocked. The old man was speechless. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past. The old man felt his body tremble violently. From the outside to the inside, there was a bone-chilling coldness. No, not only bone-chilling, but also heart-chilling. If you want to kill me, why don't you do it? The old man asked with fear. You seem to have reinforcements. I'm not interested in the weak. I only want to deal with the strong. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, kid, if you really have the courage, do you dare to follow me to a place? The old man snorted coldly. In fact, he was most afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him. If that happened, he would have no hope. However, if Ling Xiao didn't kill him, he was confident that he could bring Ling Xiao to his death. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, What you're relying on is nothing more than the Thunder Emperor. I want to see what kind of high-level martial arts the Thunder Emperor can cultivate in such a short time. Then follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and rushed out. His speed was extremely fast. He thought that Ling Xiao would rush over as well. However, when he was flying, he realized that there was no sound behind him. It was as if Ling Xiao didn't follow him at all. Humph, this kid is really afraid. He snorted coldly and looked back triumphantly. What he saw gave him a fright. Ling Xiao was standing less than 3 meters away from him, like a ghost. What kind of movement technique did this fellow cultivate? He's actually as terrifying as a ghost. The old man's heart was filled with fear. Forget it. Escape is more important. He knew that it was impossible for him to shake off Ling Xiao, so he flew with all his might, hoping to find the Thunder Emperor before Ling Xiao changed his mind. As long as he could see the Thunder Emperor, there would be hope. He believed that the Chun nation's many years of accumulation would not be overturned by an ant. Even though this ant had grown into a terrifying beast, it was still the same. Soon, he flew out of the palace and flew above the outer city. It was hard for most people to imagine that the forbidden land of the emperors was not within the royal city, but outside the city. Perhaps this was the so-called darkness under the lamp. Very soon, Elder Tsang smelled the aura of the mysterious forbidden area. Originally, only emperors could enter this place. However, it was a critical moment now. As the eldest of the 5 elders of the Chun nation, he naturally had the right to enter. Soon, he stepped into an ancient-looking house. This house looked very ordinary, and it seemed that no one had lived in it for many years. It was already abandoned. However, Ling Xiao could sense that there were quite a few experts hidden among them. Of course, such experts were not worth mentioning to him. Elder Tsang finally stopped. He stood above a well in this abandoned house and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could sense that dozens of auras had arrived around the well at the same time. These people saw Elder Tsang, but they were shocked to find that Elder Tsang, who usually had a lofty aura, was now in a sorry state. Moreover, there was an incomparably terrified expression on his face, as if he was afraid of something. Suddenly, they smelled another aura. It instantly arrived above the house. It was a young man who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. He just stood in the air above the house, looking down at everyone. An enemy attack. They did not know who this young man was, nor did they know what Elder Tsang had encountered. However, since this young man was chasing after Elder Tsang, there was no doubt that he was their enemy. These people had been guarding this forbidden area for many years, and they were all top experts of the Qin nation. Since someone dared to intrude here, they had a reason to chase him away. Kid, why aren't you leaving? How can someone like you enter the forbidden area of the emperor as you wish? One of them looked at Ling Xiao and scolded angrily. However, Ling Xiao did not look at him. Instead, he looked at Elder Tsang and said that well under your feet is the entrance to the forbidden area. Your hope is in there. That's right. So what? Although you are powerful, you can forget about leaving here alive. Everyone, this person killed Elder Tsang and usurped the throne. He has committed a heinous crime. Quickly, set up the celestial demon capturing formation. Elder Tsang suddenly shouted. These experts did not understand what was going on. However, the celestial demon capturing formation was their most powerful battle formation. Since Elder Tsang asked them to set up this formation, it was enough to show how terrifying their opponent was. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate their opponent. They started setting up the formation in an instant. A battle formation was easier to set up than an ordinary formation. Furthermore, these people had clearly been trained meticulously on a daily basis. In a short time, the so-called celestial demon capturing formation was set up. Master, is this the celestial demon capturing formation? Why do I feel that it is different from what you said? Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard that the other party was going to set up the celestial demon capturing formation. This was because the Yuan Venerate had once said that it was one of the top 10 battle formations of the mystic world and was extremely powerful. If it was set up successfully, it could increase the combat power of all the martialists who set up the formation. Even if they were 10 times stronger than them, they could still be killed. However, it was obvious that the so-called celestial demon capturing formation that these people had set up was not that powerful. The real celestial demon capturing formation is not something that martialists with such cultivation can use. This formation has nothing to do with the celestial demon capturing formation. It is just a more domineering name. Yuan Venerate replied. Then I am relieved. Ling Xiao smiled, and then looked at Elder Tsang. You know that they are useless. Kid, you are too arrogant. This is the forbidden area of the monarch. It is not a place for you to behave atrociously. One of the experts shouted. Arrogant? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. I am arrogant. What can you do about it? One could be arrogant if one had the strength. This was not something he had created. The royal family of the Chun nation could easily destroy a family because of their strength, even if the family had made great contributions to defend their royal authority. They could also decide the life and death of a person, or even thousands of people because of their strength. Did they have anyone in their eyes? Ling Zhao's words stunned all the experts present. This kid was so domineering and arrogant. Chapter 2894. Elder Tsang, is this kid really that powerful? Someone asked with a frown after sensing Ling Zhao's insufferably arrogant aura. He's very powerful. Elder Hua, Elder Feng, and Elder Jian were all killed by him. Even Li Xiaotian of the Heavenly Pool Mountain was killed by him. The old man said coldly, Therefore, none of you, including me, are a match for him. We can only work together, kill him together. We have 65 Yin-Yang First Revolution cultivators here, who are at the peak of the 12th level of hell. Even if all of us are weaker than him, we can definitely defeat him with the heavenly demon capturing formation. Work together? Ling Xiao laughed in disdain as he looked at old man Song Lao. His eyes were filled with mockery. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. You'd better find an opponent who can truly excite me. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. If it was the real heavenly demon capturing formation, Ling Xiao might be a little worried. However, since it was a fake, although it could provide some enhancement, it was still limited. In his eyes, these people were just a bunch of mobs. 1 or 100, there was no difference. Elder Tsang still did not understand how powerful he was. That was why he had such a naive and laughable thought. There was no hope even if they worked together. Elder Tsang's heart twitched at that moment. He suddenly understood that the Chun nation was finished. It was really finished. Facing such a powerful lineup, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of fear. How could he not feel despair? The Chun nation could not find a single person who could deal with Ling Xiao. It was a complete joke. Sad. Lamentable. It's been 2 breaths. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This voice startled Elder Tsang out of his thoughts. He looked at the well under his feet and clearly sensed that the Thunder Emperor had not come out of seclusion. If he disturbed the Thunder Emperor now, it might cause the Thunder Emperor to fail in his cultivation. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. He looked at Ling Xiao. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of talking nonsense? Wanting to die? Isn't that easy?" Ling Xiao revealed a mocking, cold smile on his face. "3 breaths are up. However, I will not kill you. I will keep your lowly life. Your only hope is for the Thunder Emperor to succeed in cultivating the divine technique and kill me. Then I'll let you see how he'll be destroyed. But as for you, you may be spared from death, but you must be punished." With that, his figure flashed and turned into a demonic dragon phantom that pounced towards Elder Tsang. Quick! It was inconceivably fast. It was so fast that none of the experts present could react. "I will not sit here and wait for my death." The old man roared angrily and used all of his internal energy in an attempt to perish together with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's hand pressed on his shoulder. His body trembled fiercely, and the internal energy that he had already mobilized actually completely lost control in an instant, completely extinguished. You can't even self-destruct. Elder Tsang knelt on the ground, his aged face revealing a look of horror. He wanted to self-destruct, to perish together with Ling Xiao. However, in the end, he realized that he could not even self-destruct. The internal energy in his body no longer belonged to him. Just wait here obediently. The show has yet to start. Don't be in a hurry to die. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and directly crippled Elder Tsang's cultivation. Then he looked in the direction of the well. At that moment, the guards of the Forbidden Land of the Emperor all reacted and released a violent aura. They could watch as Elder Tsang was killed, but they definitely could not let Ling Xiao barge into the Forbidden Land and affect the Thunder Emperor's cultivation. To them, this was a great taboo. "I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. So if you're smart, you'd better stay there obediently and not move." A cold voice mixed with a terrifying, murderous aura was released, causing those who were about to attack to stop. Even the aura that they released was clearly much weaker. Everyone was afraid of death, and so were they. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. "Listen up, we are the Thunder Emperor's guards. We must protect the Thunder Emperor. Even if we die, we must guard the Forbidden Land." One of the cultivators seemed to be one of the leaders of the guards. His words caused the battle intent that had already subsided to erupt once again. Ling Xiao glanced at that person coldly. His feet moved. No one saw clearly how he moved. In the next moment, the person who had fanned the flames had already fallen to the ground. There was a red mark on his throat. I've said it before. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. Don't turn a deaf ear to my words. Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the corpse and stared at the well, sensing the aura that was released from it. Humph, looks like the Thunder Emperor hasn't broken through yet. Fine. It's too boring to kill you now. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Then he looked at the old man and said, "Tell the Thunder Emperor that the day he breaks through is the day he dies. I'll give him a fair chance to fight. If I'm not wrong, he will break through in 2 days. In 2 days, I will set up an arena outside the Thunder City. Any cultivator of the Qin Nation who is not convinced of me can come and challenge me. However, there is one thing. Once you enter the arena, it will be a battle of life and death. If you die, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are too arrogant. Do you really think that there is no one in the Qin Nation who can deal with you?" The old man said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. "I hope that there is. That way, I can have some fun." Ling Xiao had 3 considerations when setting up the arena. The first was, of course, to fight with experts to stimulate the potential in one's body and raise one's strength. The second was naturally to show off one's martial prowess and get the Chun Nation's cultivators to submit to him. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, where martial prowess reigned supreme, only one with the strongest martial prowess was qualified to control this nation. Only then would one be qualified to convince others. Xiao Chun did not want to leave behind hidden dangers for the Heavenly Empire. The third was to defeat the Thunder Emperor openly before everyone and get the Thunder Emperor to admit to all the crimes that he had committed in the past, returning justice to Ling Yan's clan. Oh, right. During this period, you'd best not think of running away. Otherwise, I will grind your bones to dust. Ling Xiao turned and left, leaving behind a tyrannical and strong aura. There was not a single person present who did not have complicated feelings. This Ling Xiao actually treated the countless experts of the Chun Nation as nothing. He easily crippled the old man and killed the leader of the guards of the Forbidden Land. Such strength was not something that the people present could imagine. Go, invite all the experts you can invite over. Even if we have to take turns to tire that Ling Xiao out, we have to tire him to death. The old man suddenly looked at the remaining guards of the Forbidden Land and shouted, "There is no need to guard this place. Ling Xiao will not make a move at this time." Yes, everyone nodded. Then dozens of afterimages flew off in different directions. The Chun Nation was not big, but it was not small either. Chapter 2895. Song Lao knew that there were some people with a strong sense of justice in the Chun Nation. As long as they described Ling Xiao as a heinous person, they would be able to invite these experts to take action. There was also the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Li Xiaoyan's death would definitely shake the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although 2 days was a little tight, Song Lao believed that the Heavenly Pool Mountain would definitely send experts stronger than Li Xiaotian. Song Lao did not believe that Ling Xiao would not die. 2 days was neither long nor short. However, Ling Xiao also did a few big things. First, he spread the news of the arena, causing a commotion in the entire Chun Nation's martial arts world. Countless martial artists rushed to Thunder City during these 2 days. Second, he removed the Chun Nation's authority and sent out the armies of the demonic Dragon City and the 8 Immortals County. Since the Chun Nation did not have many experts left, the campaign was very easy. In just 1 day, most of the Chun Nation changed their tune and announced their allegiance to the 8 Immortals Nation. Of course, these people were all fence-sitters. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely subdue them, he had to defeat the Thunder Emperor in front of everyone. As for the other tasks, he did not need to worry about them. Chun Kangmang would help him complete them. He had already appointed Chun Kangmang as the king of the 8 Immortals Nation. He was in charge of managing the 8 Immortals Nation's territory and accepting the factions that surrendered. The last thing was to build a very large and sturdy arena outside Thunder City, waiting for the experts of the world to come. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Thunder City, a large number of cultivators had already gathered. There were more than 100,000 of them. Some of them were here to watch the show, while others were here to challenge Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood on the arena and coldly scanned the crowd. He could keenly sense that there were many experts in the crowd. There were even a few who made him feel extremely threatened. This was also because the other party was hiding part of their auras. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. Only such a powerhouse was qualified to challenge him and give him the motivation to advance. For people stood in the crowd. 2 of them were the 2 Heavenly Pool Mountain disciples who were with Li Xiaotian. Ling Xiao didn't kill them because there was no need to. Those 2 people had no enmity with him and posed no threat to him. As for the matter of going back to ask for reinforcements, it was even less of a concern. Even without them, there would still be people who would report back to the heavenly pool mountain. After all, when Ling Xiao killed Li Xiaotian, it was broadcasted live across the country through special magical equipment. Other than these two, there were two other people. One of them was very unfamiliar, but his appearance was somewhat similar to Li Xiaotian. The other was Chun Sangxiong. The current Chun Sangxiong had already completely grasped the essence of the king's sword. Coupled with the nurturing of the heavenly pool mountain, he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Although his current cultivation was similar to Li Xiaotian's, his strength was much stronger than Li Xiaotian's. Senior brother, let me take revenge for senior brother Xiaotian. Chun Sangxiong no longer feared Ling Xiao like he did in the past. One had to know that he had fled to Heavenly Pool Mountain because he was afraid of Ling Xiao. Now, he believed that his strength had far surpassed Ling Xiao's, so he came back to take revenge. Whether it was Li Xiaotian's revenge or the Chun country's royal family's revenge, he would take it all. And with your strength, it should be easy to kill him. However, don't underestimate your opponent. Understand? The strongest expert of the Heavenly Pool Mountain said, indifferently, understood. Chun Sangxiong had to be respectful in front of this person. He cupped his hands and jumped into the arena. Senior brother Xiaofeng, that Ling Xiao is not easy to deal with. To be able to kill senior brother Xiaotian, he must be very strong. You can't just look at his cultivation. The two remaining disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain said anxiously, Li Xiaofeng was Li Xiaotian's brother. They were related by blood. Li Xiaotian had been killed, so Li Xiaofeng naturally had to come. He was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 13th level of hell. Even if Ling Xiao could challenge those of a higher level, it was not worth mentioning in front of him. You must have been scared silly by Ling Xiao. He is a genius, and he can challenge those of a higher level. So can Chun Sangxiong. Although Xiaotian is my younger brother, I have to admit that Chun Sangxiong is a true genius. He can defeat a warrior of the middle level of the 13th level of hell with his cultivation at the early level of the 13th level of hell. In front of him, Ling Xiao can only be considered a small fry. Li Xiaofeng said disdainfully. There was another group of people in the crowd, led by the Lightning Emperor and Elder Tsang. Seeing Chun Sangxiong jump into the arena, the two of them looked at each other with worry. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that Little 14th is not that guy's match. Elder Tsang said, You are wrong. Little 14th's aura is comparable to mine. He must have improved greatly in the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although he is still a little weaker than me, his strength is enough to kill Ling Xiao. Let him kill Ling Xiao, so that he can inherit my position. With Ling Xiao's matter, I will have to work harder in my cultivation. I will leave the trivial matters of the imperial court to 14th. The Lightning Emperor's aura was much stronger than before. It was obvious that his strength had improved greatly after his seclusion. There were many familiar figures in the crowd that Ling Xiao was familiar with. For example, Chun Bai, Yi Chen Formless, Lin Ruoxian, and the others. They were all here to cheer for Ling Xiao. There was also a graceful figure who was far away from the crowd. She sat alone on a tree and wore a bamboo hat that covered her face. Even so, it could not hide her peerless fanghua. Ling Xiao, I am back. Fortunately, I made it in time. The voice under the bamboo hat belonged to the reincarnation of the Moon Lady, Yu Fanghua. However, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the people in the distance. This was because Chun Sangxiong, who had jumped into the arena, emitted a powerful aura that made him excited. In terms of martial skills, Chun Sangxiong was probably not weaker than Ling Xiao. In terms of cultivation, Chun Sangxiong was even higher than him. The strength of the two was very close. Chun Sangxiong's current cultivation was the same as Li Xiao Tian's at the early stage of the 13th level of the yin-yang realm. However, the aura he emitted was clearly much stronger than Li Xiao Tian's. What a good opponent! Ling Xiao smiled. He hoped to meet such an opponent, because only then could his cultivation improve faster. At this moment, everyone was watching. Countless people stared fixedly at the two young experts on the stage. Both of their auras were rapidly rising. Around their bodies, there was a visible energy that was constantly expanding. However, it was still revolving around their bodies. However, Ling Zhao's aura seemed to be slightly weaker than Chun Sangxiong's. No one knew if it was on purpose or if he really was inferior. In short, in the eyes of the spectators, Ling Xiao was inferior to Chun Sangxiong. After all, the auras they were emitting told them so. Chapter 2896. Humph, you're merely at the peak of the 12th layer of hell, yet you dare to call yourself invincible in the Chun Nation and set up an arena here. You saved me the time of searching for you. If you had continued to run like a mouse, you might have been able to keep your life. But today, you will die without a doubt. Chun Sangxiong sneered and released a brand new sword martial soul behind him. The blade of the sword was wrapped in purple lightning, making it look very mighty. Chun Sangxiong had obtained this martial soul after coming to the Heavenly Pool Mountain. It was called the Lightning Sword Martial Soul. It could perfectly merge the Sword Martial Soul and the Lightning Martial Soul. It was very suitable for Chun Sangxiong. The release of the martial soul caused Chun Sangxiong's aura to surge. A terrifying wave swept across the entire arena. Even the rocks and dirt outside the arena floated up, as if there was a terrifying suction force pulling them up. This was only the energy that leaked out. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of it, felt like a violent storm was about to hit him. He didn't say anything. A blood-red sword martial soul appeared behind him. It was the one he had snatched from Chun Sangxiong. At the same time, he entered the Black Eagle Beast soul transformation state. At the beginning of the battle, one naturally had to know oneself and the enemy. The Black Eagle Beast soul had the special skill, Eagle Eye, which could be used for a long time. Ling Xiao planned to use Eagle Eye and Tai Chi Eye to see everything about Chun Sangxiong. After that, he would think of a way to defeat him. However, don't think that the Black Eagle Beast soul transformation wasn't strong. It was the opposite. The Black Eagle Beast soul transformation was currently the third strongest among Ling Xiao's beast soul transformations. The first was the Butterfly Martial Soul transformation. Ling Xiao basically didn't use it. He would only use it when he was forced into a dead end. The second was the Purple Lightning Ox Beast Soul transformation. Because of the complete Ox God Beast Soul transformation, it was even stronger. The third was the Black Eagle Beast Soul transformation. Although the Yu God Beast Soul transformation wasn't complete, it could still increase his battle strength by a lot. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's body was covered in a layer of black armor. A pair of domineering black eagle wings spread out behind him. The sharp eagle eye had already locked onto Chun Sangxiong. His terrifying aura also skyrocketed, intercepting Chun Sangxiong's chi wave. The two waves collided with each other on the arena and then exploded. A terrifying storm instantly swept through the surroundings. Many martial artists were unable to open their eyes because of this. Your aura is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still weaker than me. Moreover, you don't seem to understand that the difference between a major realm is not a minor realm. The difference between the two realms is like the difference between heaven and earth. You're no match for me. Chun Sangxiong's face remained impassive despite sensing Ling Xiao's soaring aura. Because he had fought Ling Xiao before, He knew that Ling Xiao was capable in this aspect. Therefore, there was no need to be surprised at such a thing. He was calm because he still had absolute confidence that he could kill Ling Xiao. You talk too much. I've already killed one Yinyang realm martial artist at the 13th level of hell. It doesn't matter if I kill one more, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Only he knew why his aura was weaker than Chen Sangxiong's. That was because he had not used his full strength. You mean Li Xiao Tian? I'm 10 times stronger than him, Chen Sangxiong said coldly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Xiao Tian was already terrifying enough, but Chen Sangxiong was 10 times stronger than Li Xiao Tian. Could Ling Xiao really defeat Chen Sangxiong? Ling Xiao is an unorthodox martial artist after all. Although he has the martial arts of the dragon cult cannot be compared to the Tianqi Mountain. They are not on the same level. It seems that Chen Sangxiong will succeed in his revenge this time. There's no need for us to do anything. Below the arena, there were many martial artists who came to challenge Ling Xiao. They gave up after seeing Chen Sangxiong jump into the arena. Chen Sangxiong was clearly much stronger than them. If even Chen Sangxiong was not Ling Xiao's match, then there was no point in them going up. On the other hand, if Chen Sangxiong killed Ling Xiao, there was no need for them to do anything. Are you 10 times stronger than him? Let's try first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly launched an attack. The blood thunder imperial sword in his hand burst out a bright blood-red sword qi. Within the sword qi, there was a blood-red lightning. In the void, the eagle eye was still open. Of course, this sword was not to kill Chen Sangxiong, but to test his strength. Facing Ling Xiao's sword qi, Chen Sangxiong smiled coldly. His feet moved, and his figure suddenly flashed. A king's sword that was even stronger than the blood thunder imperial sword appeared. Then, a terrifying sword qi burst out from the king's sword. The king's sword qi is above any sword qi. Ling Xiao, you're going to lose. Boom. The two bursts of sword qi exploded in the void, and the sword qi of blood and lightning was shattered in an instant. The king's sword qi did not stop and continued to attack Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao waved the blood thunder imperial sword to block. However, a crack sound was heard. The blood thunder imperial sword was shattered. At this moment, the king's sword qi had not disappeared. It blasted Ling Xiao's body again and forced Ling Xiao back 3 to 4 steps. Beautiful! The old man could not help but shout. Many people who supported the Chen kingdom's royal family were also shouting. Chen Sangxiong stood there and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He revealed a mocking smile. Too weak, too weak. You dare to call yourself invincible? Ling Xiao stared at the shattered blood thunder imperial sword and sighed helplessly. He put away all the fragments and took out the demon dragon sword. Sure enough, Chen Sangxiong was not easy to deal with. He could not underestimate him. The shattering of the blood thunder imperial sword was a good warning. Weak. I might give you an even bigger surprise. Ling Xiao smiled. Demon dragon possession, activate. As the 5 demon dragons entered Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed again. Although it was still not comparable to Chen Sangxiong's, it was very close. It's actually the 3rd stage of the demon dragon possession, and you actually obtained the demon dragon sword. Shocking things happened one after another, making Chen Sangxiong's mood a little bad. He originally thought that he could easily take revenge with the king's sword and the nurturing of the heavenly pool mountain. But now, it seemed that easy revenge might have become a fantasy. If he really wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, he would have to go through a bitter battle. Why are you so surprised? You should be proud. Previously, you fled to the heavenly pool mountain because you were afraid of my strength. But now, you can at least stand on this stage with me. You should be happy, from being afraid of me to being confident that you can defeat me. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Sangxiong mockingly. Chen Sangxiong's surprised expression was really funny. You are right. I should be happy. Your arrogance exposed your trump card prematurely. Now, you will definitely die. Chen Sangxiong rejoiced in his heart. If he had met Ling Xiao a little later, he would not know how to defeat this fellow. Chapter 2897. Perhaps. However, you might be the one to die. Ling Xiao still had a calm expression, as if Chen Sangxiong's strength did not exist. After speaking, Ling Xiao attacked again. This time, he did not use the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword but the Demon Dragon Sword. Rumble! Kill! Chen Sangxiong roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Both of them were extremely fast. In an instant, the shockwaves produced by the explosive qi caused the entire arena to be in chaos. Some of the cultivators closer to the arena were blown away by the strong wind and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Clang! A deafening sound exploded in the air. Two of the Qin nation's best weapons clashed. The battle between the king's sword and the demon dragon sword finally began. After the terrifying explosion, both of them were pushed back at the same time. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao was indeed slightly inferior. However, he was only pushed back a little further than Chen Sangxiong. Neither of them were injured. Furthermore, both of them attacked at almost the same time. Their figures instantly disappeared from their original spot and dashed out. The high-speed battle began. Aside from the constant collisions, most people could not see the two of them. What happened? Where are they? I don't know either. I can't keep up at all. The two of them are too fast. How fortunate. I originally wanted to go up and challenge them. However, from the looks of it, if I really went up, I would probably be sending myself to my death. The crowd discussed spiritedly. Although they could not see the battle, they could feel the strength of the two young geniuses. However, there were still people who could see the battle. For example, experts like Li Xiaofeng, Lei Di, Yu Fenghua, and Chen Bai. Humph! As I expected, although Ling Xiao is strong, he is not as strong as Chen Sangxiong. The victor will be decided within 100 moves. Li Xiaofeng snorted coldly. Senior brother is wise. The other two disciples from the Heavenly Pool Mountain said hurriedly. However, they did not agree with him. Li Xiaofeng said that Chen Sangxiong could finish off Ling Xiao in one move. Later, he changed it to 10 moves. Now, it was directly changed to 100 moves. Although they found it funny, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ling Xiao's strength was truly shocking. King Sword Qi. Suddenly, the two figures finally appeared in the sky. Chen Sangxiong held the king's sword in his hand and was only 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura was emitted from the body of the sword. Then, this aura was suddenly spat out. Demonic Dragon Phantom. Facing such a close attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. He immediately used the demonic dragon's phantom body technique to avoid the sure kill attack. The king's sword Qi brushed past Ling Xiao and struck a mountain in the distance. A moment later, a huge rumbling sound was heard. The mountain that was hundreds of meters tall was actually razed to the ground. What a terrifying power. If it really hits the opponent, I'm afraid he'll be blasted to smithereens. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the horrifying scene. Take my attack too. True devil, sword Qi. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. After Ling Xiao dodged Chen Sangxiong's attack, the demonic dragon sword in his hand produced a terrifying sword Qi and blasted it towards Chen Sangxiong. This feeling was as terrifying as the king's sword Qi from before. Looks like you've really earned Chen Bai's trust. You even obtained the demonic dragon's phantom body technique. Chun Sangxiong's brows tightly knitted together. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao being able to grasp the demonic dragon's possession in such a short time was already very impressive. However, he didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao grasp the demonic dragon's possession, but he was also so proficient in the demonic dragon's phantom body technique. This made Chun Sangxiong feel a huge blow. In fact, the dragon cult had the 4 supreme martial arts. The Chun Kingdom's royal family also had 4 secret manuals that were not inferior to the 4 supreme martial arts. Moreover, Chun Sangxiong was fully qualified to learn them. He spent a total of 7 years before he managed to cultivate 3 sets of martial arts. Among them was the king's rampage body technique that corresponded to the demonic dragon's phantom body technique, and the king's glory that corresponded to the demonic dragon's possession. There was also an offensive martial art called the king's sword technique. This offensive martial art was only successfully cultivated after going to the heavenly pool mountain. However, Ling Xiao only used 2 months to complete what he had spent 7 years to do. He really couldn't accept this. Didn't this mean that not only did Ling Xiao's cultivation talent surpass his, but it also far surpassed his? In front of Ling Xiao, his talent wasn't even worth mentioning. One had to know that Chun Sangxiong had always been proud of his potential and talent. He felt that no matter who it was, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to surpass them. However, after meeting Ling Xiao, everything changed. He couldn't tolerate Ling Xiao's existence. He had to eliminate him. Chun Sangxiong, if you can't defeat Ling Xiao within 100 moves, then it's my turn. Seeing Ling Xiao use the demonic dragon's phantom body technique, Li Xiaofeng finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He knew very well that with such a body technique, it was almost impossible for Chun Sangxiong to defeat Ling Xiao in a short period of time. He had to give Chun Sangxiong some pressure. Actually, it wasn't just Li Xiaofeng who was shocked. Everyone who was watching this battle was shocked. Ling Xiao's strength was clearly inferior to Chun Sangxiong's, and he was also weaker than Chun Sangxiong in terms of physical strength. However, there was no sign of him losing. Your Majesty, I'm worried that little 14 won't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Elder Tsang couldn't help but say to the Lightning Emperor beside him as he watched the battle. This kid has indeed surprised me. However, you don't have to worry. If I find that the situation isn't right, I will immediately take action. For now, let 14 wear down Ling Xiao. The Lightning Emperor's attitude also became cautious. From the beginning of the battle, he firmly believed that Chun Sangxiong could easily defeat Ling Xiao. Now, he had become cautious because of the powerful strength that Ling Xiao gradually displayed. Now, even I am no match for my disciple. Chun Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw Ling Xiao's performance. Xiao Muyu also smiled and said, "That's right." Facing Chun Sangxiong, the former number 1 expert of the younger generation, he didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. He is indeed powerful. Master, today is an arena. It's already so tiring to defeat Chun Sangxiong. What if someone else challenges him later? Mu Qing looked at Xiao Muyu with some worry and asked, "Don't worry. Let's continue watching. Since Ling Xiao dares to set up an arena here, he must have his own plans. What's more, aren't we all here? Could it be that we're just going to watch him suffer?" Chun Bai said with a smile. He always believed that this young warrior, who had repeatedly created various miracles, would definitely be able to set an even more shocking record today. There was a lot of discussion below the arena, and the battle on the arena was endless. Chapter 2898, King's Rampage. Facing Ling Xiao's true devil sword chi, Chun Sangxiong was like a king. He took a steady step forward, but his body flickered and easily dodged the true devil sword chi attack. Although King's Rampage and Demonic Dragon Phantom had different names, the essence of the movement technique was the same. Not only was the speed extremely fast, but it could also make the body erratic, making it impossible for the enemy to catch the user's figure. It's useless, Ling Xiao. You have Demonic Dragon Phantom, but I also have King's Rampage. You have Demonic Dragon Possession, but I also have King's Glory. Next, how are you going to resist? With a roar, a golden light rose above Chen Sangxiong's head. Then, a shining golden godlike thing merged into Chen Sangxiong's body. In that instant, Chen Sangxiong's strength skyrocketed again. Kill! The use of King's Glory was only a matter of an instant. After his strength skyrocketed, Chen Sangxiong waved the king's sword and charged out. His target was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved the demonic dragon sword to resist. With just the first contact, he was sent flying. He almost flew out of the arena. However, he relied on the power of Demonic Dragon Phantom to fly back. He steadily landed on the arena. It's indeed powerful. This attack, coupled with the previous attack, has finally increased the energy of my 12 levels of Hell's Peak Cultivation C to 10%. However, I can't continue like this. If the difference in strength is too great, I'll lose my life. Although Ling Xiao was brave and fierce, he was not reckless. He hid his strength and was generally not much weaker than his opponent. This way, not only could he ensure his own safety, but he could also let his opponent help him continuously improve his cultivation. Ling Xiao can't take it anymore. Once Chen Sangxiong uses King's Glory, the difference in strength between Ling Xiao and him will be further widened. I believe that in the next move, Ling Xiao will be killed. Li Xiaofeng said confidently. However, as if he was deliberately going against him. The situation on the field changed again after he finished speaking. Tyrant Martial Spirit, Heavenly Dragon's power, Divine Phoenix's power, White Tiger's power, release. 3 divine beasts suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. The divine beasts soared into the sky and then fused into Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's battle prowess had clearly soared. The Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit could contain everything and operate the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. This universe encompassed the entire profound world. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's Mountain River world only had the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the White Tiger Continent, and the Divine Phoenix Continent. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Even so, Ling Xiao, who had fused with the power of 3 continents, once again approached Chen Sangxiong, who had used King's Glory. When Chen Sangxiong closed in again and launched another attack, Ling Xiao did not shrink back. He waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand and released a brutal sword intent. The 2 swords clashed again in the air. The arena, which was originally made of stone, finally shattered. A deep pit was directly blasted open by the terrifying force. However, this was a battle of life and death anyway. There were no rules. As long as the ground was still underground, the battle could continue. How hateful! This guy, how can he still have such terrifying energy? Li Xiaofeng was slapped in the face and felt that his face was burning. He had just said that Ling Xiao would definitely die in this round, but in the end, Ling Xiao's battle prowess suddenly soared again. Once again, it rose to the same level as Chen Sangxiong. He was so angry that he was burning with anger. He shut his mouth and did not dare to speak again. There were too many unexpected things about Ling Xiao. If he was not careful, he would be slapped in the face. The battle continued, although Ling Xiao was still at a disadvantage. However, some people with good eyesight gradually discovered that as time passed, Ling Xiao seemed to gradually pull back the disadvantage and turned it into an advantage. He gradually gained the upper hand. Impossible. This guy's strength is still rising in the battle. The Thunder Emperor clenched his fists tightly, and his entire body was trembling. He had underestimated Ling Xiao. This guy was a terrifying monster that he had never seen in his life. Li Xiaofeng's face was also incomparably gloomy. Ling Xiao's strength continued to rise. Chen Sangxiong's road to victory was far away, and he might even be defeated. He was killed. Trash, what are you still waiting for? Use your strongest martial technique and kill him immediately. He's using you to continuously break through. Li Xiaofeng roared at the stage. Bastard, to actually dare to trick me. Hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Chen Sangxiong also instantly understood. He felt that something was not quite right. How could Ling Xiao's strength become stronger and stronger in the battle? It turned out that this guy was simply using him from the beginning to become stronger. Trick you? If you had the strength to kill me in one move, my plan naturally wouldn't have succeeded. But the current you is also useless. You already can't stimulate the potential in my body to continue releasing. Therefore, this battle should end. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy increased to 20%, but it could not continue to increase. The main reason was that Chen Sangxiong's strength had already reached the peak. It was basically impossible to stimulate Ling Xiao's potential to erupt. Yes, it's time to end it, but the one who will die will definitely be you. Chen Sangxiong was furious to the extreme. Ling Xiao actually said that he had no value to be used. How could he endure this? A mere ant, a mere lowly person, dared to look down on him? Suddenly, a huge aura completely erupted from his body. This aura frantically integrated into the king's sword in his hand. At that moment, the king's sword in Chen Sangxiong's hand seemed to have turned into a huge golden sword. On the huge sword, a golden phantom wearing a crown faintly appeared. Feeling the terrifying energy released from this huge sword, the people around the stage began to flee. They were very clear that if they didn't leave the arena, then the aftershock of Chen Sangxiong's sword after killing Ling Xiao would be able to completely annihilate them. King's sword art, my king arrives! Following a fierce roar from Chen Sangxiong's mouth. Then, the huge golden sword in his hand that was bursting with energy swung down. Then, the golden king with the crown turned into an unparalleled golden sword aura and attacked Ling Xiao. For a moment, the heavens and earth were moved as the golden sword aura flew. Not only was the stage directly cut open, but even the ground was cut open, as if the huge claws of an ancient beast had torn it open. What a terrifying sword move! This Chen Sangxiong is too strong. He really deserves to be the successor chosen by the Thunder Emperor. With him here, the other princes really do not have a chance. When this sword is unleashed, I'm afraid that even Li Xiaotian will be killed in an instant. I heard that this is the sword move of the king's sword. I wonder if Ling Xiao's demon dragon sword has its own sword move. If it does, then it might be able to block it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao will definitely be finished. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a trace of panic on Ling Xiao's face. But they were disappointed. Chapter 2899. Fortunately, I didn't learn this move. Although it's powerful, it's only a third heaven immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Sangxiong, waved the demon dragon sword in his hand, and pointed at the terrifying golden sword light. True demon, demon immortal sword shadow. Great perfection. Ling Xiao said softly. The great perfection demon immortal sword shadow merged with the true demon sword chi, and then turned into a black demon immortal, appearing in the void. The demon immortal and the golden king met in the void. A terrifying explosion sounded again. However, although Chen Sangxiong had the king's sword, his third heaven immortal grade martial skill had only been cultivated to great perfection. Ling Xiao's martial skill, on the other hand, was at great perfection. In terms of aura, he had already suppressed his opponent. His martial skill was stronger than his opponent's. The result was obvious. The Golden King was destroyed and exploded in the void, turning into specks of stars and scattered on the ground. Impossible. His strongest move was broken by Ling Xiao with a nameless move. Chun Sangxiong couldn't accept it at all. When he saw that Ling Xiao didn't use the sword skill of the demon dragon sword, he thought that Ling Xiao didn't succeed in cultivating it. Then, he would definitely have the upper hand in this attack, and even kill Ling Xiao directly. But the reality was too cruel. Even if Ling Xiao didn't use the sword skill of the demon dragon sword, he destroyed his Golden King with a sword skill that he had never heard of and broke his most powerful sword move. His heart was filled with despair. You disappoint me too much. You're the #1 genius of the Qin nation, and you've cultivated in the Sky Pool Mountain. How can you be so weak? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Sangxiong with disdain, revealing a disappointed expression. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it's true. Chen Sangxiong roared and waved the king's sword in his hand crazily, bombarding Ling Xiao's demon immortal sword shadow. He was like a madman who had lost his mind. Boom! A violent bombardment sent Chen Sangxiong flying out of the arena. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. His crazy actions couldn't help him at all. His actions would only hasten the speed of his demise. Chen Sangxiong fell to the ground, despair spreading in his body. He didn't know what to do next. Facing Ling Xiao, he had no way. Trash, since you can't do it, it's my turn. Li Xiaofeng couldn't wait to suppress Ling Xiao's edge. He walked up to Chen Sangxiong, intending to kill him with a single palm strike. Senior brother Xiaofeng's SS Chen Sangxiong was like a pug wagging its tail and begging for mercy as he fearfully begged Li Xiaofeng. Li's SSS, SSS. Li Xiaofeng snorted coldly and withdrew his palm. Thank you, senior brother Xiaofeng. Chen Sangxiong got up and looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of determination. He was going to go all out. There were 2 moves in the king's sword art. The first move was My King's. He had already cultivated it to the large success stage. The second move was Benevolent King's. This move didn't have any maturity. If it was done step by step, after successfully cultivating it, one's combat strength would soar. But there was another way to use it, and that was to use it in extreme despair. In that case, the power would be out of control. After using it, one might even die, but the power was absolutely terrifying. Chen Sangxiong originally didn't want to use this move, but today he felt that he had no choice but to use it. Facing the powerful Ling Xiao, he had no other way to contend with him. So the only thing he could do was to go all out. Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Even if I have to die with you today, I won't hesitate. Chen Sangxiong also understood that instead of being killed by Ling Xiao or Li Xiaofeng, he might as well die with Ling Xiao. This was also the only way. Every time he proudly displayed his unique skill, Ling Xiao could always suppress him with special means. This made him almost crazy and desperate. So now he could only go all out. Going all out? Unfortunately, in front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to go all out. If it was a one-on-one, Ling Xiao might choose to take Chen Sangxiong's move. But the problem was that there would be many people coming to challenge him. He didn't need to go all out. The corner of his mouth raised a sneer. On his body, lightning flashed. Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Along with a cold voice, 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards appeared at Ling Xiao's side at the same time. 31 of them rushed to Chen Sangxiong at an extremely fast speed. Chen Sangxiong tried to escape, but he found that his feet couldn't move. On the ground, 2 pitch-black shadows firmly bound his legs. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for the 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to completely surround him. Just then, a figure rushed out of the crowd. It was the Thunder Emperor. He couldn't just watch Chun Sangxiong be killed, so he took action. However, his figure was intercepted in midair by one of Ling Zhao's strongest heavenly thunder divine guards. Get lost! The Thunder Emperor furiously attacked the heavenly thunder divine guard, but it was already too late. On the ground, a terrifying explosion was heard. The crazy hot wind turned into a storm that raged around the arena. Many people were blown so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. A mushroom cloud formed in the sky. Under the mushroom cloud, the 31 heavenly thunder divine guards had already died heroically, and Chun Sangxiong had long been blown to pieces. Chun Sangxiong, you've never been in my eyes. With your talent, how dare you call yourself a genius? Don't make people laugh their heads off. Looking coldly at the fragments drifting in the air, Ling Zhao's eyes were as cold as frost. There was no sympathy or pity. Chun Sangxiong had chased him to the vicinity of the Demon Dragon City and almost killed him. Today, he had killed Chun Sangxiong in front of everyone here. This was just the cycle of karma and retribution. Why should there be sympathy or pity? Moreover, he really didn't take Chun Sangxiong seriously. The geniuses he had seen were much more talented than Chun Sangxiong. Chun Sangxiong had always thought that Ling Xiao was catching up to him and surpassing him, but it was only because he felt good about himself. Shock, numbness, inconceivable. Almost everyone was staring at Ling Xiao, staring at this arrogant and domineering youth. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao's killing of Chun Sangxiong was a very amazing thing, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao himself was dismissive of it. He thought that he had only done a trivial thing and killed an insignificant enemy. Not worth mentioning. Just how strong was this young man? Elder Tsang was so scared that he fell to the ground. He had thought that with Chun Sangxiong, whose cultivation had greatly improved, Ling Xiao would be easily captured and killed. But Chun Sangxiong was dead. Chapter 2900. Chun Sangxiong was killed. Chun Sangxiong's opponent, Ling Xiao, did not even tear his clothes. This matter was too shocking. Originally, there were many people in the crowd who came to challenge Ling Xiao. However, when they saw Chun Sangxiong's miserable death, they all gave up on their previous plans. What kind of joke was this? This Ling Xiao could so easily kill a cultivator at the 13-layer first refinement stage. This was no longer something that a human could do. This youth practically single-handedly trampled on the Chun Nation's royal court. He killed the Chun Nation's prince. He killed the Chun Nation's old man. He even killed the Chun Nation's king's successor. If it were anyone else, such a person would have been torn to shreds long ago. However, Ling Xiao remained alive. Because of strength. Because of strength. Dead silence. After Chun Sangxiong died, the battlefield fell deathly silent. Everyone, including the Thunder Emperor, had already stopped attacking. What made the Thunder Emperor depressed was that he could not even defeat the heavenly Thunder Divine Guards that Ling Xiao released. This enraged him greatly. The Thunder Emperor simply could not believe that he could defeat Ling Xiao himself. However, at this moment, the Thunder Emperor could not back down. He had to defeat Ling Xiao before all the cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the Chun Nation's royal court would be forgotten, and he would become a thing of the past. Thinking of this, the Thunder Emperor gently touched his forehead. There was a black pattern on his forehead that looked like a black lightning bolt. If I really can't do it, I can only release him. The Thunder Emperor gritted his teeth and stepped onto the arena. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. You are finally willing to make a move. Actually, if you had worked with Chun Sangxiong earlier, I would not have been a match for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he looked at the Thunder Emperor. This king does not need to work with anyone to kill you. You've killed quite a few of my sons. Today, I'm going to settle this blood feud with you. The Thunder Emperor roared furiously as he glared at Ling Xiao. Blood feud? If we really want to talk about blood feuds, does the Thunder Emperor still remember the entire Ling clan that you killed unjustly? The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to have a public duel with the Thunder Emperor was naturally to reveal the grievances of the past. Are you a descendant of the Ling clan? No wonder your surname is also Ling. The Ling clan plotted a rebellion and committed a heinous crime. It was not wrong to kill them, but it's a pity that you escaped. The Thunder Monarch finally understood why Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him in front of everyone. He actually wanted to summon the souls of the dead. What a joke. Hee, it doesn't matter if you're stubborn now. You'll tell me the truth after I defeat you. Ling Xiao did not have any extravagant hopes that the Thunder Emperor would tell him the truth now. This fellow was so stubborn. How could he possibly say it? Unless he was scared. In the profound world, martial prowess reigned supreme. Ling Xiao would find a way to make this guy talk. I didn't expect the descendants of the Ling clan to have such achievements. They are indeed back for revenge. That's right. I also heard about what happened back then. That Marquis Ling contributed greatly to the royal family. How could he rebel? If he really wanted to rebel, his entire family would not have been captured so easily. You have to know that the Ling clan's strength back then was not inferior to the Qin nation's royal family at all. I'm afraid this is called having a high merit overshadowing the Lord. Since the king feared them, they naturally had to die. In the end, we are all guessing if that Ling Xiao can really defeat the Thunder Emperor. Perhaps the truth of what happened back then will be revealed to the public. That's right. I'm also a little excited. After all, the army that Marquis Ling led back then successfully defended the capital. My family was also saved by him. The royal family owes the Ling clan the truth. At this moment, Xiao Jin was standing on Ling Zhao's shoulder, looking coldly at the Thunder Monarch. Xiao Jin had not made a move during the battle with Chun Sangxiong earlier. That was because Xiao Jin hated the Thunder Monarch the most. Back then, the Thunder Monarch had issued the order to execute the entire clan. If it were not for the Thunder Monarch, the Ling clan could still stand proudly in the Qin nation's capital, even if those rascals slandered them behind their backs. However, the Thunder Monarch had actually issued the most tragic order out of fear of Marquis Ling's father's military merit. If it were not for the young seventh prince, Chun Kangmang, who had saved them then, the Ling clan would probably have been exterminated. Even so, less than a tenth of them had survived. Ling Yan's father and mother were dead. His great-grandmother, who had loved him the most, had also been cruelly murdered. He had to take revenge for this. Don't worry, Xiao Jin. I will leave the Thunder Monarch's lowly life to you. However, can you leave the battle to me? I need him to stimulate my potential. Ling Xiao could already feel that with the breakthrough of his ability, the small Qin nation was no longer a place for him. He needed to go to a wider world. Just this piece of land in the West had tens of thousands of countries that belonged to the 9 Supremes. The 9 forces. That was where he, Ling Xiao, should really go. It looked like it was time. However, before he went there, he still had to raise his cultivation base as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with his old enemies. Boss, as long as I can kill the Thunder Monarch with my own hands, nothing else matters. Xiao Jin's eyes shone with the flames of hatred. His Ling clan had almost been exterminated. He had to take revenge for such a deep blood feud with his own hands. He did not care if he fought. As long as he had the chance to kill the Thunder Monarch, it was enough. Thank you, brother, Ling Xiao said. Then, he temporarily put Xiao Jin into the beast ring. He did not know what would happen when the battle started later. It was safer for Xiao Jin to stay in the beast ring. Ling Xiao did not know what the Thunder Monarch had obtained in the Emperor's Forbidden Land. However, from the looks of it, this Thunder Monarch did not seem to be much. He was only slightly stronger than Chen Sangxiong. He was definitely not Ling Xiao's match. It was enough for Ling Xiao to deal with the Thunder Monarch alone. Furthermore, he had said that he would accept the challenge in the arena if he let Xiao Jin fight. It would seem like he was going back on his word. As someone who aspired to unify the mystic world, it was not a good thing to break one's promise. At this moment, everyone paid attention to the two people in the arena. There was no need to mention the Thunder Monarch. Before entering the Emperor's Forbidden Land, he was already the Chen nation's top expert. Originally, there were rumors that he was not as strong as the Chen nation's 5 elders. However, from the looks of it, he was even stronger than the Chen nation's 5 elders. Naturally, the Thunder Monarch did not become a king for nothing. He relied on his own strength in the end. Clearly, the attention people paid to the Thunder Monarch was not as much as they paid to Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had just killed Chen Sangxiong. Furthermore, he was so young. If he could defeat the Thunder Monarch, he would definitely be the best in the Chen nation. At the age of 16, he was able to kill the Heavenly Pool Mountains, Li Xiaotian and Chen Sangxiong. No one can compare to his talent. Unfortunately, he is an enemy of our royal family. We cannot let him live. Chapter 2901. If Ling Xiao won this battle, the fence-sitters of the royal court would naturally submit to Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. However, if Ling Xiao lost, they would naturally kick him while he was down. Furthermore, in their hearts, they naturally supported the Chen nation's Thunder Emperor more. Will Xiao Chun kill the Thunder Emperor as well? After all, this fellow killed all but one of the Chen nation's 5 elders. He even killed the top genius, Chen Sangxiong. Stop joking. What kind of existence is the Thunder Emperor? He is someone who is qualified to enter a sovereign's forbidden land. Ling Xiao should have stopped long ago. However, he insisted on becoming enemies with the Thunder Emperor. He is probably going to run out of luck. That might not be the case. The Thunder Emperor is not an undefeatable existence. Why can't Ling Xiao defeat him? There were those who supported the Thunder Emperor in the crowd. Naturally, there were also those who supported Ling Xiao. At this point, the Thunder Emperor's supporters were mostly the royal court and the nobles. The people who supported Ling Xiao were mostly ordinary citizens. Humph, just a bunch of lowly commoners. After the Thunder Emperor kills that fellow, none of you will be able to escape. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just a bunch of lazy nobles. What dogs hit Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao will definitely get rid of him. The two sides argued with each other, brimming with killing chi. They were just short of fighting. Rumble! Just at this moment, 2 golden lightning bolts appeared in the Thunder Emperor's eyes. Then, they struck the arena like exploding thunder. The people who were shouting were so frightened that they stopped in an instant. They looked at the arena in horror. Golden lightning continuously flickered around the Thunder Emperor. Even the sword in the Thunder Emperor's hand had golden lightning dancing about. That sword was the king's sword that Chen Sangxiong used before. Now that the Thunder Emperor held the king's sword in his hands, he was clearly more familiar with it. Although Chen Sangxiong was a genius, he was not as experienced as the Thunder Emperor. Ling Xiao could feel the entire arena filled with tiny electric arcs. The electric arcs even numbed his skin. This Thunder Emperor is more incredible than I thought. I nearly got fooled by his earlier performance. Ling Xiao raised his guard. He no longer dared to be careless. Disciple, be careful of this person. Master feels that there's an unusual evil aura in his body. It doesn't match the golden lightning at all. The Yuan venerates seem to have sensed that something was wrong as well. Thus, he stopped his slumber and specifically warned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that a Yuan venerate wouldn't appear if it wasn't a big matter. I understand, Master. Disciple will definitely be careful. Ling Xiao took in a deep breath, and then looked at the Thunder Emperor. Hot lava was jumping on his body. He had finally unleashed his volcanic war body. He was useless against Chen Songxiong. The boiling lava and the golden lightning collided in the void. The two of them had yet to exchange blows, but they had already begun to fight. This was a clash of auras, a showdown of energy. You're too arrogant, kid. The Thunder Emperor, who was originally somewhat uneasy, became incomparably calm at this moment. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I always thought that my opponent would be Chen Bai. However, I never imagined that the one who would ultimately stand in this decisive battle with me would be you, little kid, his disciple. However, I have to admit that you are stronger than him. Even so, you are still not my match. Let's not talk too much. Let's just attack. Ling Xiao said indifferently, If I'm really arrogant, you can just kill me. When I become a ghost, not only will I not hate you, but I will also thank you. Kid, being confident is a good thing, but being complacent is another matter. You are destined to die because of your own arrogance. As the Thunder Monarch spoke, an even more terrifying aura gushed out from his body, each wave stronger than the previous, and they charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He just stared coldly at the Thunder Emperor. There was only fighting spirit in his eyes. Since Ling Xiao didn't say anything, the Thunder Emperor didn't say anything either. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a violent storm rumbled towards Ling Xiao like an array formation cannon. That terrifying chi actually sent all the stones on the stage flying into the air. However, regardless of how the flying sand and rocks moved, Ling Xiao still stood there, looking at the Thunder Emperor without a change in expression. He already made all the preparations that needed to be done. Next, there was only a battle. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he would not back down. That Ling Xiao is actually so calm. Looks like he's really very confident in his own strength. Maybe it's just forcefully pretending to be calm. Whether it is or not, we'll know very soon. Quickly look, Ling Xiao moved. On the stage, Ling Xiao indeed moved. The devil dragon sword in his hand danced, easily shattering that array formation cannon-like bombardment. After that, he directly charged towards the Thunder Emperor head-on. His taiji I was also unable to see through the Thunder Emperor's true strength. But Ling Xiao was not afraid, even if this Thunder Emperor inherited some terrifying thing. In such a short period of time, he believed that his improvement would be greater than his opponent's. His confidence came from the intuition that he had accumulated through countless battles. It was not just the taiji I. Even without the taiji I, he could still feel whether the opponent could pose a threat to his life. Beast soul transformation, devil dragon possession, volcano battle physique, heavenly dragon power, divine phoenix power, white tiger power. Ling Xiao used all the beast souls that could increase his battle strength. He did not underestimate his opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. True demon, shadow sword demon. Wrapped in the terrifying demonic aura of the devil dragon sword, Ling Xiao used the shadow sword demon to test his opponent's strength. The shadow sword demon's power was naturally not as strong as the black immortal descends and the devil immortal sword shadow, but it used less internal energy. Moreover, the speed of the move was very fast. It was the best way to test the opponent's strength. Devil dragon sword. Humph. So what if it's the devil dragon sword? Back then, Chun Bai relied on the devil dragon sword to run amok in the Thunder capital. In the end, he was seriously injured by this king and ended up with the tragic result of being unable to increase his cultivation for the rest of his life. your ending will not be better than his. The Thunder Emperor held the king's sword in his hand, and the king's chi boiled in his body. The abundant and powerful aura on the sword was not something that Chun Sangxiong could compare to. This king's sword originally belonged to the Thunder Emperor. He later passed it down to Chun Sangxiong, hoping that Chun Sangxiong would become the strongest in the Chun state. However, it was a pity that Ling Zhao's sudden rise had caused him to lose this extremely talented son. He had no choice but to eliminate this threat with his own hands. All the thoughts were completed in an instant, and it did not affect the Thunder Emperor's actions. The king's sword in his hand stabbed out, and a powerful sword light shone with a resplendent light shooting directly towards Ling Zhao. King's sword chi. The king's sword chi was only the sword chi that came with the king's sword. However, if the warrior was strong enough, the king's sword chi could become even stronger. Previously, Chun Sangxiong had also used the king's sword chi. That powerful power had caused Ling Zhao to have no choice but to use the Devil Dragon Phantom Movement technique to dodge. This time, when the same move was used by the Thunder Emperor, the power was more than several times stronger. The resplendent sword light was terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 2902. The Thunder Monarch's attack was too strong. Helpless, he could only use the demonic Dragon Phantom Movement technique to dodge. At the same time, the Dark Sword Demon was shattered by the king's sword chi. After Ling Zhao dodged the attack, he did not wait for death. He turned around and attacked again. However, this time, he used the even more powerful black Immortal Descends. A black aura wrapped around the demonic dragon sword. The demonic dragon sword spat out a peerless black immortal. It turned into a black sword beam and pierced towards the Thunder Monarch's throat. The sword beam shattered the king's sword chi, but did not dissipate. In the end, it struck the Thunder Monarch's body. However, it was blocked by the strange golden lightning and could not hurt the Thunder Monarch at all. In an instant, two exchanges occurred. Although Ling Zhao could not hurt the Thunder Monarch at all, the Thunder Monarch could not even touch the corner of Ling Zhao's clothes. It could be said that they were evenly matched for the time being. Moreover, neither side had the upper hand in terms of weapons. One side was the king's sword, and the other side was the demonic dragon sword. Both were the best mortal-grade Emperor artifacts. Even so, Ling Zhao was still able to fight the Thunder Monarch, who was in his 40s, to a draw. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. When Ling Zhao killed Chun Sangxiong, it could be said that it was a battle between young people. Even if Chun Sangxiong lost, it would not be too strange. However, when Ling Zhao fought with the Thunder Monarch, one was in his 40s and 16 years old, while the other was in his 40s. The age gap was so big. To think that Ling Zhao was actually able to match him, this was very surprising. Some of the spectators around the arena were people with good eyesight. They had gradually realized a fact. Ling Zhao was not only the #1 genius of the Qin nation, but he could also become the #1 expert of the Qin nation. Interesting, but it is difficult for your strength to surprise me. After some probing, Ling Zhao discovered that although the Thunder Monarch was strong, it was not of much help to his cultivation. In this exchange, he did not gain as much as when he fought with Chun Sangxiong. It was probably because his strength had increased. Therefore, he planned to end the battle quickly. Don't brag too much. Although I did not hurt you, you can't hurt me either. The Thunder Monarch sneered. Really? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he lightly stomped his foot. Earth Demon Secret Technique. Earth Rending Corpse. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an explosion where the Thunder Emperor was. The Thunder Emperor, who was originally unscathed, was now in tatters from the explosion. Due to his strong defense, he wasn't seriously injured. Only a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, he had been slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. He had just said that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him, but Ling Xiao had hurt him. This was a little awkward. However, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop there. After the earth-splitting corpse, it was the earth explosion corpse. An even more terrifying explosion occurred. Many wounds appeared on the Thunder Emperor's body. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor flew up and looked at the ground in panic. This attack was too sudden. Even if it was him, he was also somewhat at a loss. How despicable! He actually planted a bomb in advance. That's right. How shameless! We agreed to a duel. How can he do this? Waves of curses came from the crowd. Is there a need to plant a bomb in advance to deal with him? Ling Xiao looked at the crowd in disdain and sneered. Then he waved the demon dragon sword in his hand. The entire ground was lifted and shattered. You just said that I planted a bomb. May I ask where the bomb is? Ling Xiao stared at the two guys in the crowd who were stirring up trouble and said, "If you can't say it, die." Those two people only said that because they supported the Thunder Emperor. How could they find any evidence? They were immediately speechless. Ling Xiao sneered and flicked his hand. Two sword lights tore through the air. Two people were killed on the spot. You have to have evidence to back up your words. If anyone dares to spout nonsense and can't find any evidence, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as frost. When people heard it, they felt their bodies turn cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did people realize that the youth who was standing on the stage and suppressing the Thunder Emperor was not a kind person. There was only one result for offending him, and that was bad luck. You actually dare to be distracted when fighting with this king. Go to hell. The Thunder Emperor's voice suddenly came from behind Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was teaching the two people in the crowd a lesson, the Thunder Emperor had already moved behind him. At this moment, the king's sword was only 3 to 4 meters away from him. With the Thunder Emperor's speed, he could not react at all. However, there was still no panic on Ling Xiao's face. Timed explosion. He spat out 4 words. The Thunder Emperor's expression suddenly became extremely shocked. This time, he did not stand on the ground. However, he was still sent flying by the terrifying explosion. Moreover, the power this time was clearly stronger than the previous 2 times. The injuries on his body became even more serious. He spat out blackened blood clots from his mouth, as if his blood had been burnt. How can this be? The Thunder Emperor was completely stunned. Sorry, it's just a little trick. It won't harm your life. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. However, he suddenly took a step forward and charged toward the Thunder Emperor. Along the way, his body instantly transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. Then, Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. He released it. The Thunder Emperor, who was originally in a state of incomparable shock, suddenly felt that the blood and qi in his body seemed to be flowing uncontrollably. The wound that should have stopped bleeding a long time ago was now gushing blood like a fountain. As Ling Xiao's cultivation increased, the demonic dragon blood curse also became more and more powerful. As long as Ling Xiao's tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul was still around, this move could always be used. Moreover, it was a very useful move. Of course, it would be even better if it was paired with the bloodthirsty plague. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let go of this opportunity. After he used the demonic dragon blood curse, he immediately released the bloodthirsty plague. The plague flowed into the Thunder Emperor's body through the wounds. In just an instant, the Thunder Emperor felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Damn it! I knew that this kid was full of tricks. I didn't expect that I would still fall for it. The Thunder Emperor had already heard of every battle that Ling Xiao had fought in the past in detail. Other things did not matter. What left the deepest impression on the Thunder Emperor was naturally Ling Xiao's endless stream of strange moves. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been very careful. However, he still fell for it in the end. Moreover, this terrifying bloodthirsty plague was extremely difficult to destroy after it entered the body. He had to release a large amount of inner energy to suppress it. Otherwise, his body would be completely taken over by the bloodthirsty plague in an instant. He was still vexed. However, Ling Xiao's attack was already coming toward him again. It's over, Thunder Emperor. True Demon, Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Chapter 2903. Ling Xiao used the Demon Fairy Sword Shadow to attack the Thunder Emperor. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor was tormented by the bloodthirsty rat plague and could not use his full strength. The crowd stared at the scene with rapt attention. Would the Thunder Emperor be able to escape the same fate as Chen Sangxiong, King's dominating movement technique? The Thunder Emperor suddenly roared and tried to dodge Ling Xiao's fatal attack. However, his body was suddenly hugged by someone. It turned out that he had forgotten about Ling Xiao's only remaining heavenly thunder guard, who had been floating in the air and had not attacked. It just so happened that this heavenly thunder guard was the strongest among all of Ling Xiao's heavenly thunder guards. Even the Thunder Emperor could not break free in a short time. At this moment, Ling Xiao's attack was already very close. Compared to the same move that he had used against Chen Sangxiong previously, the power of this move had obviously increased. The wind and clouds changed color. Yellow sand filled the sky, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Even the nearby trees were uprooted. Was it going to end? Everyone stared fixedly at the scene in the ring, unable to believe their eyes. The battle had only started for slightly more than 10 minutes, but the Thunder Emperor was already facing the threat of death. He was being pressured and schemed by Ling Xiao step by step. Was he really going to die? Although the spectating martial artists did not expect the Thunder Emperor to kill Ling Xiao easily, most of them felt that the Thunder Emperor's strength was definitely above Ling Xiao's. It was impossible for such a situation to occur. This was really too unexpected. Facing the threat of death, the Thunder Emperor unleashed his terrifying potential. Terrifying golden lightning roared continuously in his body. He did not even try to contain the bloodthirsty rat plague. Instead, he released all of his energy. Rather than being killed by Ling Xiao, he might as well fight to the death. Rumble! The terrifying golden lightning blasted the heavenly thunder guard away. The Thunder Emperor obtained a moment of respite. It was this moment of respite that gave him the ability to resist Ling Xiao's attack. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into a golden god of lightning. Terrifying energy rampaged inside and outside his body. Crumble, golden thunder god! As the Thunder Emperor roared, he brandished his king's sword and stabbed forward. The king's sword seemed to have turned into a golden sword of lightning. It was completely enveloped by the golden light. It pierced the charging black fiend immortal. Boom! The terrifying impact once again exploded on the arena. Shockwaves rippled out, and more people were sent flying. As for the Thunder Emperor and Ling Xiao, because of this collision, they were both sent flying. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Ling Xiao somersaulted in the air and stood still in an instant. Then, he instantly entered the purple lightning thunder bull transformation state. The earth quakes. The moment he transformed, Ling Xiao used the special skill of the purple lightning bull. In that instant, the entire earth began to shake. The spectators around the arena were all dizzy and dizzy. As for the Thunder Emperor, who bore the brunt of the attack, there was no need to mention it, even though he was very strong. However, under the brilliance of the bloodthirsty plague, he was already extremely weak. Now that the earthquake was used, he almost instantly fell into a coma. Although this time was very short, it was enough for Ling Xiao to attack. In order to save time, Ling Xiao did not use two powerful moves. Instead, he waved the demon dragon sword and released a true devil sword chi. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor had gradually woken up from his coma, but his body was still unable to move. He looked at the sword chi in horror. If it was any other time, such sword chi would not be able to hurt him at all. But today, he did not even have the ability to dodge. "Move! Hurry up and move for me!" he shouted desperately in his heart, hoping that he could move and avoid that fatal blow. It had to be said that this guy was indeed strong. With his terrifying willpower and powerful internal strength, he really broke free from the shackles of the earthquake. He tried to escape from his predicament. However, he forgot again. The heavenly thunder god guards that he had just shaken off had not disappeared yet. At this critical moment, the heavenly thunder god guards once again bound him tightly. He tried to shake them off again, but he no longer had the power from before. He was too seriously injured. Although he had shaken off the heavenly thunder god guards just now, it also caused the bloodthirsty plague to run rampant in his body. "Damn it, I don't want to die yet." The Thunder Emperor roared, letting out an unwilling roar. However, that true devil sword chi still struck him without any deviation. Bang! The sword chi blasted the Thunder Emperor's throat. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the Thunder Emperor's head was cut off. The Thunder Monarch's neck was directly broken, and his head fell from his body. The Thunder Emperor was dead. Even when they saw the head fall to the ground, many people still could not believe it. That arrogant Thunder Emperor of the past had actually died. Just like that. Wasn't this a little too easy? Elder Tsang had already collapsed to the ground. Chen Tsangxiong was dead. The Thunder Emperor was also dead. The Chun nation's royal family was completely finished. Smack! The head fell to the ground. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were still open. He was actually not completely dead. This guy's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if his head fell to the ground, he could still live for a while. At this moment, his eyes were not bursting with fear, but anger. Incomparable anger. He was the Thunder Emperor. The supreme ruler of this country was actually injured by a lowly commoner from a remote town. "Little Gold, it's time for you to take revenge." The Thunder Emperor was not completely dead yet, so Little Gold could still take revenge personally. Little Gold flew out of the beast ring and looked coldly at the Thunder Emperor, who was on the verge of death. The hatred in its eyes was burning. It had been so many years. Every time he thought of his parents' tragic deaths, Ling Yen would still wake up from nightmares at night. He had always wanted to take revenge, but he could not find a chance. Today, with Ling Zhao's hard work, he finally got this chance. He wanted to kill the Thunder Emperor and take revenge for his dead parents and the Ling clan. Kill! Little Gold spat out a golden light from its mouth, instantly turning the Thunder Emperor's body into ashes. Everyone watched this scene in a daze. Even now, they still could not believe it. That Thunder Emperor was actually being tortured by a little golden bird. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. This was too sad. No one noticed that the black lightning bolt on the Thunder Emperor's forehead suddenly flickered. At the same time, the golden light from Little Gold's mouth also wrapped around that head, like the Thunder Emperor's body. This head also turned to ashes in an instant, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Turned to ashes. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Emperor ended up like this. However, the Ling clan should be able to rest in peace now that they know about this. Their descendants are truly capable. Chapter 2904. Within the raging flames, black lightning was constantly brewing. No one noticed this strange scene, including Xiao Jin, who was very close. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of revenge. He had waited for this day for too long. When he got what he wanted, he was naturally very excited. This was also human nature, including Ling Xiao. They were all happy for him. Thinking back, the Thunder Emperor was such a high and mighty figure. It was almost impossible for Ling Yan to take revenge. But now, this impossible thing had become possible, just as Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were immersed in joy. Within the flames, a pitch-black figure appeared. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin did not see this scene because they were too happy, but the others near the arena noticed it. They looked at this scene with their eyes and mouths agape. Everyone's pupils instantly dilated, as if their eyes were about to pop out. What did they see? That figure that appeared from the raging flames. If it was not the Thunder Emperor, who could it be? Moreover, this Thunder Emperor's aura clearly felt more powerful than the previous Thunder Emperor. It also exuded an evil aura that made people very uncomfortable. You're finally willing to let me out. I've already said that you can't do it. I'll deal with this kid. The problem has been solved long ago. The black figure was actually indifferent within the raging flames. He said proudly to the head that was being burned. In the next moment, he looked at Xiao Jin. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. His feet moved, turning into a black bolt of lightning, and he pounced towards Xiao Jin. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already sensed the existence of this black figure. Although he did not know what was going on, he was sure that this guy who looked exactly like the Thunder Emperor wanted to kill Xiao Jin. Moreover, his strength was even more powerful than the previous Thunder Emperor. At that moment, Ling Xiao turned pale with fright. Although he was surprised, his movements were not slow. He took a step forward, executed the demonic dragon phantom movement technique, and pounced towards the black figure. Although Xiao Jin's strength was not bad, it was simply impossible for him to block this black figure's terrifying attack. Moreover, because his back was facing the enemy, he could not react in time. Therefore, he had to save them. Although this terrifying fellow looked exactly the same as the Thunder Emperor, the lightning that was released from his body was pitch black, like ink. Negative water thunder? Ling Xiao frowned. Although the power of Yin lightning was not as open as Yang lightning, it was much more sinister. Once one came into contact with it, one's body would begin to show signs of abnormality. One mustn't be touched by it. He did not understand. The Thunder Emperor clearly possessed the golden lightning martial spirit, which belonged to the Yang lightning category. How could he use Yin lightning? But even if he didn't understand, he didn't have the time to figure it out, because Little Gold's situation was very dangerous. Yin Thunder King's attack was only 10 meters away from Xiao Jin's back. This distance was very far for ordinary people, but for cultivators, it was as close as a stone's throw. The onlookers gradually recovered from their shock. This battle was simply too inconceivable. Thunder Emperor had already been killed, but he suddenly revived. Furthermore, he was even stronger than the previous Thunder Emperor. It felt completely different. Perhaps only the appearance was the same. Ling Xiao had expended so much energy to kill Thunder Emperor, but now the stronger Yin Thunder Emperor had revived. Did Ling Xiao still have a way to kill him? The situation had reversed once again. Many cultivators' emotions were stirred up by this strange scene. Haha, it's too late. Your speed is too slow. Yin Thunder Emperor looked coldly at Ling Xiao and laughed crazily. The demonic dragon phantom movement technique was simply unable to compare with his speed. At this time, Little Gold also sensed the danger behind him. Although the time was very short, he still desperately released all the strength in his body in an attempt to block Yin Thunder Emperor's attack. As long as he could buy some time, He should be able to block his opponent. However, it was still too late. Thunder Emperor's hand was less than a foot away from Little Gold. The demonic chi that Little Gold had just circulated was easily dispersed. His defense completely collapsed. He wanted to escape. However, the terrifying Water Thunder had a very strange attribute. It actually released a terrifying suction force that firmly pulled his body, making him unable to move. "Boss, don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if I die, but you must help me kill him." Little Gold knew that he was afraid that he would not survive this time. He did not want Ling Xiao to be in danger because of him. As long as Ling Xiao could kill Thunder Emperor, even if he died, he would die without regrets. Bullshit! Ling Xiao's roar came from behind Little Gold. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Little Gold and in front of Thunder Emperor. The demonic dragon phantom movement technique was not good enough, so he used the vertical golden light technique. Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly appear, as if he had teleported, Thunder Emperor revealed a look of surprise. However, this surprise was fleeting. Instead, it was replaced by a crazy sneer. "Ha ha ha ha, idiot, compared to that bastard. I want to kill you more. Since you have delivered yourself to me, then die." Thunder Emperor's attack did not stop. He viciously pressed his palm on Ling Xiao's head. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not block at all. He could only let the opponent's attack hit his head. Then, the Water Thunder exploded. His entire body was surrounded by Thunder and began to weaken and decay rapidly. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, you are still alive this time." Thunder Emperor was worried that Ling Xiao would not die, so he seized the opportunity to continuously punch Ling Xiao more than 10 times. This process took less than a second. Little Gold finally got rid of Thunder Emperor because of Ling Xiao's rescue. After turning around, he shot out a dazzling golden light from his mouth. 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. Thunder Emperor did not care about Little Gold at first. However, when he saw the golden light, his expression changed slightly. He could clearly feel that the golden light was filled with terrifying destructive power. If he really dared to resist it, he would definitely die on the spot. "Boss!" While Thunder Emperor was dodging, Little Gold rescued Ling Xiao's body from the Water Thunder. However, the Water Thunder was like maggots that could not be removed completely. "Ha ha 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 ha! It's useless. He is already dead. This is the result of his arrogance. He dared to make an enemy of the Chun Kingdom's royal family, and me. He deserved to die." Thunder Emperor laughed crazily. However, he was not in a hurry to attack Little Gold. Instead, he walked toward Sun Thunder Emperor's burnt corpse. Then, he released a bolt of golden lightning from his hand. Immediately after, he fused a wisp of his soul into the golden lightning. If Ling Xiao was present, he would definitely recognize that it was Yu Shun's remnant soul. Chapter 2905. In less than 2 seconds, the dead Sun Thunder Emperor came back to life. His aura was as strong as the Shadow Thunder Emperor. Despair. Xiao Jin's heart was filled with despair. It was over. The Shadow Thunder Emperor was not someone he could deal with. Now, there was another Sun Thunder Emperor, and he seemed to be as strong as the Shadow Thunder Emperor. What should he do? He did not care that he would die. He might not even be able to take away Ling Xiao's body. Whoosh! While Xiao Jin was in a daze, the Sun Thunder Emperor suddenly flashed and snatched Ling Xiao's body from his back. "I'm going to grind this kid to dust. Then, today, all those who support him will die." After dying once, the Sun Thunder Emperor was furious. If not for the fact that the Shadow Thunder Emperor still needed him, he would not have been able to revive him. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. In the crowd, the people of the dragon cult, and Chen Kangmang looked terrible. Ling Xiao's death meant that they had suffered a crushing defeat, because none of them was a match for the Shadow Thunder Emperor or the Sun Thunder Emperor. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. No matter what, we have to take back Ling Xiao's body. We can't let him die without a complete body. Chun Bai gritted his teeth and walked to the arena. But as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by a girl wearing a bamboo hat. You don't need to do anything. He won't die so easily. It was Yu Fanghua who stopped them. In fact, Yu Fanghua was ready to attack when Ling Xiao was hit by the Shadow Thunder Emperor. But she was stopped by Ling Xiao's soul. It turned out that Ling Xiao had noticed her long ago, but he did not recognize her because of the battle in the arena. Ling Xiao only said one thing to stop her: "I won't die." Yu Fanghua had enough reason to believe in Ling Xiao, but when she saw Ling Xiao being killed, she still felt her heart ache. If Ling Xiao couldn't be resurrected, then she would kill all the royals and nobles in the Thunder City. Although that would not help, she would still do it. She needed to help Ling Xiao complete his unfinished business. The reason why she stopped Chen Bai was because she felt the throbbing in her soul. She knew that Ling Xiao was indeed not dead. In other words, he could be resurrected. Chen Bai looked at the woman in front of him angrily. He didn't understand why she was stopping him, but he tried to rush out, but to no avail. This woman was too powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't even move his feet. Grind the bones and scatter the ashes. Someone among the nobles suddenly shouted, "Grind that brat's bones to dust." "Well done, Thunder Emperor." Those fellows began to speak in unison. They felt that Ling Xiao was dead, so they chose to stand on the Thunder Emperor's side. But these fellows didn't know that their choice this time was equivalent to completely ruining their futures. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to kill them, but after this, if he didn't kill them, how could he face himself? Naturally, there were many people in the crowd who felt that it was a pity. Ling Xiao was a genius who surpassed Qin Sangxiong and even defeated the Thunder Emperor. But this strange scene caused all of Ling Xiao's previous efforts to go to waste. The tragic death of such an outstanding genius was truly too regrettable. However, they didn't dare to say anything. With Ling Xiao dead, the Thunder Emperor completely grasped the initiative. The Chun nation was once again under his rule. No matter what Ling Xiao had done before, it could be said that all of his previous efforts had gone to waste. To put it bluntly, the war in the mystic world was just a battle between experts. A single expert could change the situation of a war. Did you hear that? They all want me to grind your bones to dust. The Sun Thunder Emperor held Ling Xiao's body as the internal force in his body continuously surged into his hands. Not only did he want Ling Xiao to die, but he also wanted Ling Xiao to die without a complete corpse. Only then could he be at ease. Many people lamented when they saw this scene, feeling pity for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was killed because he tried to save Xiao Jin, not because he was weak. Such a death was truly regrettable. "Stop!" Xiao Jin roared and pounced at the Sun Thunder Emperor. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Use the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light." Was that boss's voice? Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment, but soon he did as he was told. Although he didn't know if it was a hallucination, he still did as he was told out of absolute trust in Ling Xiao. "Die!" No one noticed that the wounds on Ling Xiao's body and the lightning disappeared in an instant. He recovered to the moment before he was attacked by the Shadow Thunder Emperor. Then, a cold voice came out of his mouth. At that moment, his hand had already penetrated the Sun Thunder Emperor's head. Then, he quickly jumped away. At the same time, the terrifying 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden light gushed out of Xiao Jin's mouth and enveloped the Sun Thunder Emperor's body. Soul of the Unity God, collect. Ling Xiao dragged the soul of the Unity God in his hand and swallowed it into his stomach, merging it with the Unity God's divine tablet. The Unity God's beast soul had been reduced from 1/10 to 1/2. Although it was still not complete, it was much more powerful than before. When this strange scene occurred, everyone was once again dumbfounded, falling into a state of stupefaction. The Thunder Emperor came back to life, and the Yin Thunder Emperor and the Sun Thunder Emperor appeared. And they killed Ling Xiao. They thought the situation had been completely reversed, but now Ling Xiao came back to life, and the moment he came back to life, he killed the Sun Thunder Emperor. The situation was reversed again. The onlookers couldn't wrap their heads around it for a long time, and their minds were in a mess. Hey, I'm not dreaming, am I? That Ling Xiao just now is clearly dead. It's definitely not a dream. I saw it too, but what's going on? How did this guy come back to life all of a sudden? Even the wounds on his body are gone, and the Yin Thunder water has completely disappeared. It feels like his life has returned to the state before he was attacked by the Shadow Thunder Emperor. This person's imagination was really wild, but his deduction was completely correct. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao chose to take a gamble. He wanted to use the life backtrack skill that he had just obtained to save Xiao Jin. Although it was very dangerous, he succeeded. Seeing Ling Xiao come back to life, Yufanhua's hanging heart finally relaxed. She was really afraid that she had made the wrong choice. She was afraid that she would regret it for the rest of her life. Chun Bai, Chun Kangmeng, and the others were also shocked and overjoyed when they saw Ling Xiao come back to life. Although they didn't understand what had happened, as long as Ling Xiao was alive, they wouldn't despair. You're very surprised, aren't you, Yin Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the Yin Thunder Emperor, revealing a mocking smile. The life backtrack skill had completely changed the situation. From his death to the death of the Sun Thunder Emperor. Chapter 2906. However, in order to turn the situation around, Ling Xiao also suffered a lot. At the moment of death, it was truly despairing. Including the pain that his body suffered, it was really incomparable to the pain caused by daily cultivation. If possible, Ling Xiao did not want to try it a second time. However, his death this time also brought him an extremely unexpected gain. He had once cultivated the 9 deaths reincarnation technique. However, the essence of this technique was that every time he died, his cultivation would increase tremendously. Ling Xiao had never died after cultivating it, so he could not verify the actual effect of this technique. However, today, he died once to save little gold. The 9 deaths reincarnation technique also took effect because of that. His cultivation was originally only 20% of the energy of the 12th level of hell in the yin-yang first turn. But now, his cultivation had already broken through. He had perfectly broken through to the early stage of the 13th level of hell in the yin-yang first turn. One must know that in order to achieve such a breakthrough, he had to fight at least 7 or 8 opponents who were much stronger than him and defeat them. However, after dying once, he achieved it in an instant. Ling Xiao could feel the potential in his body exploding at that moment and surging into his cultivation sea. This meant that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique could only stimulate the potential in the body at the moment of resurrection, then allow the warrior to achieve a breakthrough. If the potential was not enough, it would not work. Moreover, Ling Xiao also verified that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique could not resurrect the dead. In other words, if one died and did not have the resurrection skill, they would really die. It feels a little wasteful. Ling Xiao shook his head. The 9 deaths reincarnation technique was obviously more cost-effective to use when one's cultivation was higher. Now, he had only broken through from the 12th level of hell to the 13th level of hell. However, If Ling Zhao's cultivation had already reached the 13th level of hell in the first turn, then he would break through to the 14th level of hell. One must know that the energy required from the 13th to the 14th level was much more than that from the 12th to the 13th level. However, this was also good. At least it proved that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique was effective. Ling Xiao was overjoyed at the breakthrough in his cultivation. He had taken a risk and sacrificed his life for his brother, but he had received such benefits in return. It could be considered very worthwhile. Why? Why aren't you dead? How did you come back to life? The Shadow Thunder Emperor's expression was twisted, ferocious, and terrifying. His appearance could not be said to be a resurrection. It was just the soul energy in the Emperor's forbidden land that had condensed into a human form. To put it bluntly, other than the fact that it looked like the Thunder Monarch, it was actually a different person. Even the resurrection of Yang Thunder Emperor was the same. It was a fake body formed by Yang Thunder, not a physical body at all. In comparison, Ling Zhao's resurrection was a true resurrection. Therefore, he was very shocked and even a little anxious. Because I'm immortal. Ling Xiao chuckled. Immortal body. Hearing these words, the people around the arena were shocked once again. Although many people said that they had an immortal body, they could still die. It was not a true immortal body. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was clearly dead, but he suddenly came back to life. Moreover, he came back to life in perfect condition and directly blew up Yang Thunder Emperor's head. Could it be that he really had the legendary immortal body? Humph, do you think I will believe you? The Shadow Thunder Emperor snorted coldly. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if his cultivation did not break through, he could still fight with the Shadow Thunder Emperor. Even if it was difficult for him to win, he could at least survive. Now that his cultivation had broken through, the Shadow Thunder Emperor was no longer his opponent. If he was still a little nervous before, then now, his state of mind had become incomparably relaxed. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the royal family and nobles who were clamoring just now. You just asked Yang Thunder Emperor to turn me into ashes, right? The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. When the royal family and nobles saw Ling Xiao come back to life, they were already scared out of their wits. At this moment, when they saw Ling Xiao's murderous eyes, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground one by one. We were wrong. We were wrong. We deserve to die 10,000 times for our sins. Ling Zhao's strength forced them to kneel. You do deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. I was too merciful before. I mistakenly thought that you would work with me to run the Qin nation, so I forgave you. But now I want you to die, and I will turn you into ashes. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his body floated up. He raised his right hand and formed a claw. A terrifying ball of energy spiraled in his palm. Lava storm. With a furious roar, a terrifying lava storm formed in front of him and enveloped all the royal family and nobles. The rest of the people avoided it, afraid that they would be affected. The royal family and nobles also wanted to escape. However, their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move. The pressure that Ling Xiao gave them was simply too strong. It was so strong that it completely suppressed them, causing them to be unable to breathe. How dare you? The Shadow Thunder Emperor's expression became more and more unsightly. Ling Xiao actually ignored his existence and wanted to destroy the royal family and nobles. To him, his face was probably more important than the lives of those people. Thunder Emperor, save us! The royal family and nobles seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw as they shouted at the Shadow Thunder Emperor, hoping to be saved. The Shadow Thunder Emperor could ignore them, but He absolutely could not tolerate Ling Zhao's disregard for him. He rose into the air, and a king's sword appeared in his hand. It was the one that Sun Thunder Emperor had used before. However, at this moment, the king's sword was wrapped in a layer of terrifying water thunder. Die, brat! This is the price you have to pay for underestimating this king. If you can be resurrected once, this king will kill you once. If you can be resurrected 10 times, this king will kill you 10 times. Immortal body, this prince wants to see just how big your boasting is today. He did not use any moves. In the Shadow Thunder Emperor's opinion, even if Ling Xiao was resurrected, his strength would not change. Therefore, his sword strike would definitely take Ling Xiao's life. Xiao Jin tried to stop him. However, Ling Xiao indicated that he did not need to make a move. In order to show his strength, Ling Xiao decided to personally kill the Shadow Thunder Emperor, so that the warriors of the Qin country would completely give up on challenging him. Ding! A clear sound rang out in the sky. Ling Xiao actually used a finger on his right hand to block the Shadow Thunder Emperor's brazen attack. At the same time, the lava storm in his left hand was released. Can you save them? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the Shadow Thunder Emperor. In that instant, the Shadow Thunder Emperor was so scared that he retreated dozens of steps. On the ground, a loud explosion erupted. The dozens of royal family nobles were instantly turned into ashes. They were really turned into ashes by Ling Xiao. You are no longer my match. You don't have the ability to protect them. Chapter 2907. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Thunder Emperor and said, "Use all of your methods because I might kill you at any time." Arrogant fellow. Just now, I only used the most ordinary attack. Do you really think that this king is so weak? Thunder Emperor was looked down upon by Ling Xiao. A ball of anger accumulated in his chest. He roared, and the water thunder instantly covered the entire arena and flowed into the space around the arena. Some martial artists who were unable to escape in time were instantly swallowed by the thunder and died instantly. See, this is my true strength. Ling Xiao, you made a mistake just now. You should have sneak attacked me with that evil beast and killed me instead of killing young Thunder Emperor. Compared to me, he is too far away. Thunder Emperor's mood instantly rose. Confidence once again returned to his body. The king's sword had already been fused into the thunder and became even more hidden and dangerous. Everyone listened to Thunder Emperor's words and looked at Thunder Emperor's appearance. Their hearts became nervous again. This battle, with so many twists and turns, had already brought too many surprises to people. Right now, they really wanted to know, after young Thunder Emperor was killed, could Thunder Emperor still reverse the situation? Xiao Jin flew out of the stage and arrived beside Chen Kangming. He knew that the following battle would be even more terrifying. He was afraid that the aftermath would affect Chen Kangming. Therefore, he went to protect Chen Kangming together with Tuoba Yunxiang. As for Ling Xiao, he knew that he did not need to help. Moreover, he could not help much. The current Ling Xiao's strength had already far surpassed his. He could only be considered a burden on the stage. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Thunder Emperor, they were both too heaven-defying. If he wanted to interfere, his strength had to continue to increase. Otherwise, he would only be left behind by these two fellows. You still don't understand. Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the thunder all over the ground. His expression was still the same as before. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Thunder Emperor frowned. You know, I hate it when you act as if everything is under your control. In a while, I'll let you know that I'm much stronger than you think, and you are not as powerful as you think you are. After the Thunder Emperor finished speaking, All the Yin water thunder in the area rushed into the sky and attacked Ling Xiao. The king's sword was hidden in the Yin thunder and could stab towards Ling Xiao at any time. However, Ling Xiao still stood there, as if he had no intention of dodging. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous crashing sounds could be heard. The Yin water thunder that pounced towards Ling Xiao was actually continuously shattered and scattered. The sound of explosions was continuous and extremely fast. On average, there would be 2 explosions every 10th of a second. No one could see Ling Xiao moving. Ling Xiao's speed had already surpassed their dynamic vision. Only Yufeng Hua could see that Ling Xiao's hands were in a state of super high speed, continuously striking down the Yin lightning that was rushing over. The Yin water thunder stuck to his hands, but it was unable to cause him the slightest bit of damage. It was almost completely isolated. Ling Xiao's hands were wrapped in a layer of golden light, but it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Just like this, the Yin Thunder Emperor continued to attack. The Yin water thunder almost turned into illusions and attacked Ling Xiao. As for Ling Xiao, he was still standing in the air calmly. His eyes did not even look. His hands seemed to automatically react and easily blocked every attack. It was still faster than the naked eye of most people. In the eyes of most people, it was as if Ling Xiao did not move at all, and the Yin water thunder were automatically repelled. What a powerful attack! But Ling Xiao is even stronger. Facing such an attack, he is actually so calm. This guy is too terrifying. If he can become the king of the Chun state, who in the volcano state would dare to bully us in the future? I used to think that the 8 Immortals' kingdom was just a flash in the pan and would soon be destroyed by the Chun kingdom's royal army. But now it seems that I was wrong, and ridiculously wrong. The 8 Immortals' kingdom was not destroyed, but the Chun kingdom's royal family. The 8 Immortals' kingdom will definitely be more prosperous than the Chun state in the future. I originally planned to send my son to the volcano state to cultivate, but now it seems that it might be better for him to stay here. That's right. According to my observation, anyone who has a good relationship with Ling Xiao will suddenly increase their cultivation speed. Don't tell me that there is no relationship between them. The crowd began to discuss again. People looked down on Ling Xiao, despised Ling Xiao, and even hoped that the Thunder Emperor could destroy Ling Xiao. Now, they respected Ling Xiao and feared Ling Xiao. In fact, the only thing that had changed was Ling Xiao's strength. Because Ling Xiao was strong enough, it did not matter what his background was. As long as he could defeat the Yin Thunder Emperor, he would be the #1 expert in the Chun state. No one could defeat him. If they did not respect him, who would they respect? However, Ling Xiao has not counterattacked yet. Could it be that he can't find the time to do so? You're right. The Yin Thunder Emperor is too strong, and his attack speed is extremely fast. Ling Xiao is still not experienced enough and has been taken advantage of. Right now, he can only defend and can't even attack. If he defends for too long, something will happen sooner or later. Could it be that Ling Xiao will lose? If he loses, he will definitely be killed by the Yin Thunder Emperor. At that time, the Chun state might even fall under the Yin Thunder Emperor's brutal rule. That's right. Ling Xiao's talent is too strong. Once the Yin Thunder Emperor has the advantage, he will definitely not let Ling Xiao go. Once again, everyone became nervous. In fact, they would rather Ling Xiao win. Ling Xiao, this king wants your body. Although I don't know what secrets your body has, there must be something good in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to come back from the dead. You also wouldn't have been able to raise your cultivation so quickly in such a short period of time. It's time to end this. Yin Water Thunder King's sword. Suddenly, the Yin Thunder Emperor roared. Amidst the countless terrifying attacks, a wave of energy that was much stronger than the other attacks began to rapidly rise. The king's sword wrapped in the terrifying power of the Yin water thunder, charged towards Ling Xiao with an unstoppable momentum. The Yin Thunder Emperor wanted to end this battle completely. In that instant, all the Yin water thunder disappeared. Then, they all merged into the king's sword, a terrifying energy that could destroy the heavens, and the earth was released from within. Some cracks actually appeared on the king's sword. The mortal grade Emperor artifact was actually about to shatter from the terrifying energy. One could tell how terrifying this energy was. At this moment, the attack was less than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. Was it really going to end? In the crowd, many people were so nervous that they stopped breathing. They did not wish for Ling Xiao to die. In terms of character, Ling Xiao surpassed the Yin Thunder Emperor by far too much. In terms of future, Ling Xiao, who was only 16 years old, far surpassed the Yin Thunder Emperor, who only had a soul body. As a citizen of this country, they naturally hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Chapter 2908. Facing this violent attack from the Yin Thunder Emperor, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped all of his movements. It was as if he had become stupid as he stared blankly at the attack that was approaching him. What the hell is he doing? Run away quickly. What kind of movement technique was that? Wasn't it quite fast? Many people were nervously giving Ling Xiao advice. They thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand this terrifying attack, so they hoped that Ling Xiao could choose to escape. As a result, such an attack would not be able to land on Ling Xiao's body. Despair? Gave up. How could this be? People could not understand Ling Xiao's current actions. They thought that Ling Xiao was frightened by the Yin Thunder Emperor's terrifying attack, so he gave up on struggling. However, these people's discussions did not affect Ling Xiao's battle in the slightest. Facing the approaching attack, Ling Xiao's right hand finally raised gently. The moment his right hand came into contact with the king's sword, the shocking scene came to an abrupt end. The originally chaotic scene of flying sand and rolling pebbles instantly returned to normal. The king's sword in Ling Xiao's hand was like a rabbit trying to escape its shackles. However, even after exhausting all of its strength, it was still unable to escape from Ling Xiao's palm. Almost everyone's jaws were about to fall off at this moment. This feeling was too strange. The Yin Thunder Emperor's attack was so powerful, yet it was so easily destroyed by Ling Xiao. What was going on? Break. Ling Xiao spat out an indifferent voice. The king's sword, along with the Yin water thunder, was completely incinerated by the boiling magma. He clapped his hands in disdain and removed the dust on them. Then, he looked at the Yin Thunder Emperor. This is your most powerful attack. It's really too disappointing. If that's all you have, then let me end all of this. As he spoke, Ling Xiao pointed his right hand at the Yin Thunder Emperor. He did not use any weapons. It was just one hand, but it was superior to all of the divine weapons in the state of Chen. In the air, a murderous aura was produced. Between Ling Xiao, a huge vortex began to condense. The energy of the power Upanishad was fusing with it. A sword blade, less than 3 inches long, appeared at his fingertips. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. It enveloped the entire battlefield. At that moment, the Shadow Thunder Emperor only thought of one thing, and that was to escape. The further, the better. They were not existences of the same dimension. Ling Xiao was too strong, so strong that he had lost his courage. No matter how strong the Yin Thunder Emperor was, he was only a peak expert in the early stage of the 13th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. However, once Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to this realm, it was equivalent to having the ability to fight with a martial artist at the later stage of the 13th level of hell. The gap between them was too obvious. Even if he did not use any martial skills, if Ling Xiao wanted to kill the Yin Thunder Emperor, It would be as easy as flipping his hand. The Shadow Thunder Emperor finally felt fear. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, the sharpness behind him was like a thorn in his back. No matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the shadow of death. The Thunder Emperor escaped. Why did he escape? Many people still did not understand what was going on. Die! A cold voice finally burst out from Ling Zhao's mouth. There was only one word. A sharp light flew out from his fingertip, instantly crossing the distance of thousands of meters and hitting the Thunder Emperor, who was desperately escaping. At that moment, the Thunder Emperor only felt a terrifying energy rushing into his body. He stopped. The energy rapidly expanded in his body. Then it exploded. It turned into thousands of sword chi, as if to break through his body. No! The Thunder Emperor burst out a hysterical roar. I don't want to die! I don't want to die! However, no matter whether he was willing or not, everything was a foregone conclusion. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot out from his body. His body was shattered inch by inch in the sword light. People looked at this scene in horror. For a moment, they fell into a dead silence. No one could have imagined. To think that the battle would end in such a manner. They thought that Ling Xiao might be able to win. But it was so easy, so effortless. This was completely beyond their expectations. They watched as the Thunder Emperor's body gradually disappeared under the sword light. Everyone's heart twitched fiercely. A moment later, the explosion finally ended. The Thunder Emperor left in this world was only his unwilling and regretful roar that still echoed. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao. They wanted to completely remember this person's appearance. A kingdom was buried in this person's hands. The royal family was basically wiped out by him. The powerful Thunder Emperor could not escape death. This guy was really too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel that it was unimaginable. They felt that their imagination could no longer control the facts in front of them. Ling Xiao defeated the Thunder Emperor. It could be said that he had completely destroyed the Qin Kingdom's royal family. From now on, the Qin Kingdom would completely cease to exist. This place would become the territory of the Eight Immortals' kingdom and the front line of the Heavenly Empire. A large number of outstanding warriors of the Heavenly Empire would come here to cultivate. After all, no matter what, the cultivation speed of the Black Tortoise continent was much faster than the previous 3 continents. The resources were also more abundant. 16 years old after entering the world, Ling Xiao became the #1 expert of the Qin Kingdom. He became the legend of the Qin Kingdom. However, his face was still very calm, because Ling Xiao knew very well that there was always someone better than him in the small Qin Kingdom. Even if he was invincible outside of the Qin Kingdom, he was probably insignificant. Who else? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and asked loudly, "As long as you are a warrior of the Qin Kingdom, anyone who is not convinced of me, Ling Xiao, can come up and challenge me. Kid, I think your prestige is about to come to an end." Li Xiaofeng could no longer hold it in. Ling Xiao had consecutively killed Qin Sangxiong and the Thunder Emperor and stolen the limelight. This was completely different from what he had expected. Therefore, he could only personally kill Ling Xiao. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked. "The Heavenly Pool Mountains, Li Xiaofeng. I'm here to kill you." Li Xiaofeng said coldly, "Scram! The Heavenly Pool Mountain is not within the Qin Kingdom's territory. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your sect." Ling Xiao did not have an unresolvable grudge with the Heavenly Pool Mountain, so he did not want to casually kill people. If Li Xiaofeng could leave, that would be the best outcome. "Scram? What big words! Do you really think that you can deal with me after killing the Thunder Emperor? I am an inner disciple of the heavenly pool mountain. Li Xiaofeng laughed coldly. Not only did he have no intention of retreating, but he also raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Brat, prepare to die. This Chun nation belongs to the heavenly pool mountain, not you. After saying that, he suddenly raised his sword and charged at Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through, he would definitely die if he faced Li Xiaofeng. However, although he was not a match for Li Xiaofeng now, he should be able to protect himself. Chapter 2909. Since Li Xiaofeng wanted to fight, Ling Xiao, would accompany him to the end. You don't know how to feel sorry for yourself. Let me deal with this piece of trash. A clear voice came from the crowd. It sounded like the chirping of an oriole. It was melodious. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the ring. She was wearing a pink dress and a bamboo hat with a veil on her head. She stretched out her slender hand. She easily broke Li Xiaofeng's sword. That was a mortal-grade emperor weapon. Although its quality was not as good as the demon dragon sword or the king's sword, it was unbelievable that someone could break such a weapon with her bare hands. Crack! Then a cold light flashed, and Li Xiaofeng's right arm that was holding the sword was chopped off. I won't kill you today. I will only cut off one of your arms. When you go back, tell the higher-ups of the Sky Pool Mountain to behave themselves so that they can continue their glory. Otherwise, the Sky Pool Mountain will cease to exist. Yu Fenghua's voice was colder than Ling Xiao's. She did not kill Li Xiaofeng because she did not want to cause more trouble for Ling Xiao. However, if the people of the Sky Pool Mountain did not know what was good for them, she did not mind destroying the Sky Pool Mountain herself. Get lost, Yu Fenghua said coldly. You dare to hurt me? Li Xiaofeng looked at Yu Fenghua and his right arm that was chopped off and said eerily, So what if I hurt you? Yu Fenghua said indifferently, Do you know how powerful the forces behind me are? That is the Sky Pool Mountain. So what? Yu Fenghua was still indifferent. Li Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. He knew that it was useless to say anything more. He waved his left hand and took out a jade token from his storage ring. Blood dripped onto the jade token. A figure came out from the jade token. The figure slowly turned into a human shape and revealed a clear face. Xiaofeng, what happened to your arm? The figure that came out of the jade token was surprised to see Li Xiaofeng's arm was chopped off. It's her. She was the one who broke my disciple's right arm. And the man behind her, that guy called Ling Xiao, he's the one who killed Xiao Tian and Chen Sangxiong. Li Xiaofeng said to the figure. The figure turned around and looked at Yu Fenghua and Ling Xiao. His expression was cold and insufferably arrogant. Cripple your own martial arts and follow Li Xiaofeng back to Tianqi Mountain to await your punishment. It's just a trick of consolidating from 1,000 miles away. Your strength is less than 70% of your original body. Even if your original body came, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone a mere consolidating body. Yu Fenghua said indifferently, Get lost immediately or I'll kill him. She was naturally referring to Li Xiaofeng. Demonis, if you don't break the law today, the heavenly pool mountain will wash the Chen nation with blood in the future. That figure's voice was filled with cruelty and indifference. They had done this kind of thing before. There were countries that did not want to submit to Mount Tianqi. Small countries like the Chen country would definitely be massacred. Die. Before Yu Fenghua could make a move, Ling Xiao had already made his move. Li Xiaofeng looked at the black demon dragon sword that pierced through his throat in shock. He could not believe it. Ling Xiao actually dared to make a move. No one can humiliate my woman. No one. Brat, you're courting death. The figure that came out of the jade tablet pounced on Ling Xiao crazily, trying to kill Ling Xiao. However, his body came to a stop midway. A cold aura enveloped his entire body. His body was instantly frozen into an ice cube. His consciousness was also quickly blurring. The heavenly pool mountain will cease to exist. The moment his consciousness completely disappeared, he only heard this one sentence. The person who spoke was naturally Yufanghua. Then the ice cube shattered. At the same time, the jade tablet shattered. The figure completely disappeared. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Ling Xiao was a lunatic. This woman was also a lunatic. She even dared to offend the heavenly pool mountain. She must be tired of living. Where is the heavenly pool mountain? I'll be back soon. Yufanghua suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Keep heading north. You'll see it soon. Ling Xiao replied, If you don't come back in an hour, I'll go look for you. No need. I'll be back in half an hour. Yufanghua rose into the air and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Ling Xiao silently picked up Chen Sangxiong, Lei Di, and Li Xiaofeng's storage rings. Chen Sangxiong's storage ring was basically empty. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, this guy had used almost all of his resources on cultivation. However, there were 2 sets of martial arts manuals. They were King's Glory and King's Roaming. This was a martial art on the same level as the demonic dragon possession and demonic dragon phantom. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao could not use it. He planned to put it in the 8 Immortals Kingdom's armory. In the future, any martial artist with talent could cultivate it. Lady's storage ring contained a large number of spiritual stones. There were at least 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. There were also more than 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones. As expected of the king of a kingdom, other than the spiritual stones, this guy also had a royal jade seal in his storage ring. Although it was not a treasure, it was a symbol of royalty. There was no harm in keeping it. As for Li Xiaofeng's storage ring, there were also quite a number of spirit stones. However, compared to the Thunder Emperor, who was the ruler of a nation, they paled in comparison. They were not even a fraction of what the Thunder Emperor had. What a pauper! Ling Xiao shook his head. He could only take Li Xiaofeng's sword. This sword was a mortal-grade emperor weapon. It was quite powerful. After cleaning up the battlefield, he looked at Chen Kangmeng and said, Take the royal jade seal and this sword. From now on, you are the king of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. You killed my father and my brothers. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Chen Kangmeng asked. You won't. Even though they were your father and brothers, they killed your mother and wanted to kill you. Moreover, if you betray me, someone will kill you for me. Otherwise, do you think that I have no control over this 8 Immortals Kingdom? Ling Xiao smiled. Then he looked at Chen Bai and said, Master, I have wanted to help you get rid of the chronic illness in your body for a long time. However, because my cultivation was not enough, I could not do it. Now, my cultivation has increased greatly, and I have obtained a lot of spiritual herbs from the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Take this pill, and I will help you circulate your cultivation. Chen Bai had saved Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao would naturally repay him. Chen Bai's greatest regret was that he had been seriously injured, causing his cultivation to never be able to improve. Then, Ling Xiao would help him solve this regret. Chen Bai did not hesitate to take the pill that Ling Xiao gave him and sat down cross-legged. It only took 5 or 6 minutes to circulate his cultivation. Chen Bai felt the energy that had been accumulating in his body for a long time explode in an instant. His cultivation broke through the shackles and reached the 13th level of hell. You really did it. Chen Bai was excited and emotional. Back then, he had saved Ling Xiao only because he felt that Ling Xiao was very talented. He had some selfish motives. Chapter 29:10. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Fanghua stepped on the air and returned. There was not a speck of dust on her body. Before she landed, she waved her hand, and a person fell out of the beast ring. It was the sect master of Heavenly Pool Mountain. The sect master of Heavenly Pool Mountain was known as the Deadly Sword Demon because he was powerful and cruel. Those who had seen him attack, other than his own people, were all dead, and they were all dismembered. But today, the Deadly Sword Demon was in a sorry state. The hand holding the sword was already broken, and his whole body was no longer as arrogant as before. Many people here had seen him and knew him, but at that time, they were only trembling in fear, afraid of provoking this person. But today, the Deadly Sword Demon, who made them tremble in fear, was kneeling on the ground, looking at Yu Fanghua, who fell from the sky with fear. Ling Xiao, I've killed a lot of people in the Heavenly Pool Mountain. I've also destroyed the sect. But there were also many who surrendered. Do you have any way to make them loyal? If not, I will kill all of them. Hearing such cruel words coming out of the beautiful woman's mouth, the life-reaping sword demon trembled all over. The other onlooking martial artists were also scared out of their wits. Of course, let them all out. Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, so he strengthened the soul-absorbing pill on the spot. Together with the improved soul-absorbing skill, it should not be a problem to make these people submit to the 8 Immortals' kingdom for a year. A year later, he believed that in the 8 Immortals' kingdom, there would be a large number of warriors who would surpass these people, including the warriors of the Heavenly Empire, who were loyal to him. At the current stage, these warriors of Heavenly Pool Mountain were still very useful, especially this Heavenly Pool Mountain sect master. The Deadly Sword Demon was actually a warrior who had reached the peak of the 14th level of hell. With such a cultivation, the surrounding small countries, including the volcano country, would definitely not dare to attack the 8 Immortals' kingdom. The 8 Immortals' kingdom could also obtain a period of time to recuperate. Master, I'll leave these people to you to control. If they don't listen to you, just kill them. The method is very simple. I'll leave you a trace of my soul force. If they don't listen to you, use my soul force to execute them. The position of monarch of the 8 Immortals nation had already been handed over to Chunbai. Therefore, the strongest fighting force would naturally be in charge of Chunbai. Balance was still very important, although he trusted Chun Kangmang. Once a person's power went out of control, there would definitely be trouble. Don't worry, I will discipline them well. The moment Chunbai's chronic illness was cured, he felt like he was in a dream. But at the same time, he became more concerned about Ling Xiao's matter. That's enough. Chun Kangmang, master, and the rest of you go about your own business. Now that Ling Xiao was free, the thing he wanted to do the most was to have a good chat with Yu Fanghua. Yu Fanghua had left for such a long time and suddenly appeared in Lightning City. He really wanted to know what had happened during this time. In the quiet palace, there were only 2 people, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua. There was a cup of tea on the table. The 2 drank tea while chatting. Yu Fanghua's face always had an expression of wanting to say something, but hesitating. There was even a trace of sorrow. Fanghua, if there's anything, just tell me. Whether you believe me or not, your reincarnation was to save me, and I can do anything for you. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua, then grabbed Yu Fanghua's shoulders with both hands, and asked very seriously. Yu Fanghua actually avoided Ling Xiao's fiery gaze. She seemed a little timid and a little reluctant. Is it really worth it for me? Yu Fanghua sighed. Of course. Let's not talk about my previous life. Just based on today's matter. If you hadn't acted, it would have been almost impossible for me to kill Li Xiaofeng. Ling Xiao nodded. Sigh. Yu Fanghua sighed and said, Actually, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that even if I told you about my matter, you wouldn't be able to help me. We can at least share it, right? Ling Xiao said. Moreover, when I was still a small and insignificant cultivator in Ascension Town, who would have thought that I would actually be able to kill the Thunder Emperor today? No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Hearing these words, Yu Fenghua's eyes immediately lit up but soon dimmed again. How can a mere Qin kingdom's royal family be mentioned in the same breath as the Eternal Palace? Ling Xiao was about to say something, but Yu Fenghua stopped him and continued. Did you know? With your help, I received a lot of inspiration and made a lot of progress. When I returned to the Eternal Palace in the competition, I stood out and successfully entered the top 3 among the younger generation. Do you know what this means? What? This means that I will become the Eternal Palace's most core disciple and receive the most core guidance. Even my marriage and everything about me will have to be arranged by the Eternal Palace. Yu Fenghua was a little agitated when she said this. But I'm not willing to accept this. I escaped and came here. But I know very well in my heart that the Eternal Palace is too powerful. No matter how I escape, it's impossible for me to escape from their grasp. They are the masters of the entire Black Tortoise continent. Even the Western region's 9 supremes have to listen to their orders. Now, I'm starting to regret coming to find you, because this might have implicated you in danger. The Eternal Palace will definitely not allow me to fall in love with others. So what? Ling Zhao's voice was still indifferent. What? Yu Fenghua didn't quite understand what he meant. I'm saying, so what if it's the Eternal Palace? I've already flattened 3 continents. The Black Tortoise continent will be trampled under my feet sooner or later. Although the Eternal Palace is powerful, they should have enemies too. They can't possibly send all their experts to find you. This way we have a chance. Just give me a little more time, and I can protect you even if the Eternal Palace comes knocking on our door. I want to tell them openly that you're Ling Zhao's woman. Ling Xiao said very calmly. He wasn't being arrogant. The Black Tortoise continent was bigger than the previous 3 continents combined. As long as they were careful and didn't directly encounter the Eternal Palace's experts, there was nothing to be afraid of. It's not very likely that the Eternal Palace's experts will come directly, but they will definitely order the 9 Supremes to help find my whereabouts. When that time comes, you may become the target of public criticism. Yu Fenghua reminded. Do you think it's appropriate for a man to abandon his woman for his own safety? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I didn't misjudge you. Yu Fenghua's frown finally revealed a trace of a smile. But at the same time, she had also made up her mind. Chapter 29:11. When the 8 Immortals' Kingdom was established, the capital was set at Thunder City. The most talked about topic on the streets was Ling Xiao killing the Thunder Emperor, wiping out the Qin nation's royal family, and establishing the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. Ling Zhao's name was mentioned by countless people in a single day. Most of the people who mentioned Ling Xiao were in awe or admiration. After all, Ling Xiao was only 16 years old at the first transition. He was young and frivolous, but he already had such great strength. This in itself made it easy for people to regard him as an idol, a role model. Of course, it was inevitable that some people were very unhappy with Ling Xiao. They even wanted to take advantage of the 8 Immortals' Kingdom's unstable situation to destroy it. For example, at this moment, a figure stood proudly outside the royal palace. His eyes were cold, with some disdain and confidence. He was called Huyu, not a Qin nation cultivator. Instead, he came from the Volcano Nation. Huyu came to the Qin nation for no other reason than to challenge Qin Sangxiong. Qin Sangxiong was considered the Qin nation's #1 genius, and Hua Yu was also one of the top 3 geniuses of the Volcano Nation. The Volcano Nation's overall strength was stronger than the Qin Nation's, so even if he was only in the top 3, he was still qualified to compete with Qin Sangxiong. However, the moment he came to the Qin Nation, he heard that the Qin Nation had already been destroyed and was now called the Volcano Nation. Actually, he did not care whether the Qin Nation existed or not. The problem was that the Qin Nation was destroyed, and Qin Sangxiong was killed. He was very unhappy. Qin Sangxiong could only die at his hands. How could he be killed by someone else? The Qin Nation could only be destroyed by his Volcano Nation. How could it be destroyed by someone else? He was only 19 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 13th layer of hell. He believed that he had enough ability to kill Qin Sangxiong. This number 1 genius of the Qin Nation was not worthy of fighting with the top 2 of his Volcano Nation. He was on par with him, who was 3rd. Moreover, he had once gone to the mystic snake demon sect of the 9 Supremes to seek knowledge. Although he had only seen the mystic snake demon sect's disciples cultivate, he had already benefited greatly. He came back this time to defeat Qin Sangxiong and obtain another chance to go to the mystic snake demon sect to seek knowledge. The mystic snake demon sect was one of the 9 Supremes' factions. It was the closest to the Qin Nation and Volcano Nation. For the cultivators of these 2 nations, it was a holy land of cultivation. As long as he could go there once, even if it was just to observe from the side for a moment, he would be able to improve immensely. Since Qin Sangxiong was already dead, it should be fine to kill Ling Xiao. Fire Rain looked in the direction of the palace. In his opinion, since Ling Xiao was stronger than Qin Sangxiong, he could also complete the mission given to him by the Volcano King by killing Ling Xiao. But this kid is really a coward. I've already challenged him in front of the palace, but he doesn't even dare to show his face. Could it be that the rumors are wrong? Qin Sangxiong wasn't killed by him? Hua Yu was somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao. At this time, there were already many people standing in front of the palace gate. The leader was Qin Bai. As the experts from Tianqi Mountain had just been recruited and were injured by Yufang Hua, they were still recovering from their injuries. Therefore, Qin Bai and Xiao Muyu, who were the strongest among them, had to come out and deal with them. Brother Yi, be careful. Although this guy is young, his strength is not ordinary. Xiao Muyu looked at Wu Yu and frowned. Young people these days were really scarier than the other. Qin Sangxiong had just died, and now Hu Yu came out. I know. You be careful too. Qin Bai reminded him. You trash, don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Ask Ling Xiao to come out. I'm not here to collect trash. Hua Yu had seen Ling Xiao's arrest warrant, so he knew what Ling Xiao looked like. Obviously, none of the people in front of him was Ling Xiao. Could it be that the coward is hiding in the palace and doesn't even dare to meet me? How dare he establish the 8 Immortals' kingdom? What a joke. Shut up. Ling Xiao is not someone you can humiliate. Qin Bai shouted. You have some strength, but you're no match for me. Hu Yu just looked at Qin Bai coldly and said, Go in and tell Ling Xiao to come out and face his death. I'll only wait for 10 minutes. If he doesn't come out after 10 minutes, I'll kill my way into the palace. Don't go too far. Qin Bai frowned. The 8 Immortals' kingdom had just been established, and the situation was not stable yet. Unexpectedly, such a person came to find trouble. If he could not get through this, he was afraid that he would really become a laughing stock. He thought for a moment and stepped out of the palace gate. He walked towards Hua Yu. Who are you? Tell me your name. Qin Bai shouted. Hua Yu, the son of the Grand Minister of the Volcano Kingdom. Hua Yu said indifferently, The time has begun. He did not seem to put Chun-Bai in his eyes at all. He just started the time as if there was no one around. At this time, many onlookers had appeared in front of the palace gate. These people also had a lot of doubts about the newly established 8 Immortals Kingdom, so they also wanted to see how Ling Xiao would solve this problem today. This person called Huo Yu is really arrogant. He actually dares to come to the palace alone to challenge Ling Xiao. Isn't that so? This Huo Yu is said to be stronger than Chen Songxiong. He even went to the Mystic Snake Demon sect to learn. The Mystic Snake Demon sect of the 9 Supremes. That's one of the most powerful forces in the Western region. But even so, Ling Xiao shouldn't be afraid. He's someone who even killed the Thunder Emperor, and the woman beside him is even more terrifying. Maybe he's delayed by something else. That's true. Everyone was guessing, but guesses could not replace reality. Whether Ling Xiao was stronger or this person called Huo Yu was stronger was still an unsolved mystery, unless the two of them clashed. Do you think my 8 Immortals Kingdom has no one? Chun-Bai took out his sword and pointed it at Huo Yu. Even if he knew that he was no match for him, he still had to face him head-on. Otherwise, others would think that the 8 Immortals Kingdom, except for Ling Xiao, were all cowards. He could not let the civilians have such thoughts. Even if he was defeated, he had to fight. Otherwise, once Ling Xiao left, who would protect them? Kill! Chun-Bai swung his sword and charged at Huo Yu. Demonic Dragon Insight, Dragon Roar Sword. Chun-Bai directly used a 3rd-layer immortal grade martial technique. Although the sword in his hand was not the demonic dragon sword, it was still an ordinary emperor-grade demonic sword. Therefore, in terms of power, it was not weak. However, Huo Yu just looked at Chun-Bai indifferently and said coldly, "I said that if Ling Xiao doesn't arrive in 10 minutes, I will kill my way into the palace. But if you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite." He raised his right hand, and a blazing flame covered his fist. Then he aimed at Chun-Bai and blasted it. They had the same cultivation, but the difference between their attacks was like heaven and earth. Chun-Bai's body was hit by the blazing fist, and he crashed heavily into the crowd. But Huo Yu easily neutralized his sword move. It was just one move. Huo Yu was really terrifying. Chapter 29:12. Maybe Ling Xiao was seriously injured during the battle with the Thunder Emperor. I knew it. How could he be unscathed after such an intense battle? I didn't expect that the 8 Immortals Kingdom would be destroyed by one person so soon after it was established. Brother E, are you all right? Xiao Muyu rushed to Chun-Bai's side to check on Chun-Bai's injuries. At this time, Chun-Bai could no longer stand up. Although his life was not in danger, he was seriously injured. Trash, you're not bad. You're still alive after being hit by my fire meteor. Huo Yu looked at Chun-Bai mockingly and said, "Damn it." Xiao Muyu could not stand her man being humiliated like this. She pulled out her sword and was about to rush forward. "Don't go." Chun-Bai stopped Xiao Muyu and said, "You're no match for her. If Ling Xiao doesn't come after 10 minutes, I'll fight with him. In any case, I won't let him break into the palace." After fighting with Huo Yu, Chun-Bai understood. He was well aware of how powerful Huo Yu was. Unless he wanted to perish together with Huo Yu, there was no way he could stop her. It was even more impossible for Xiao Muyu. It's been 3 minutes. Huo Yu did not attack again. She was just counting the time coldly. At this time, the situation was very tense. Although there were many martial artists stationed in the palace. However, in front of powerful martial artists, the number of people did not mean much. Even if the tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in the palace died in battle, they would not be able to hurt Huo Yu at all. Of course, if there were tens of millions of soldiers, it would be a different story. When the number of people reached a certain level, it was still very terrifying. time passed by minute, the mocking expression on Huo Yu's face became more and more intense. On the other hand, the guards of the palace had a determined look on their faces. Even if they could not win, they had to fight. They were the army that Ling Xiao had brought from the 8 Immortals County. They were the army of the Heavenly Empire. There was no problem with their loyalty. Even if they were not strong enough, they would not retreat. It's been 9 minutes. It seems that the trash Ling Xiao won't come out. How sad. There are so many of you, but you have to sacrifice your lives for that trash. It's really sad. Huo Yu's aura slowly began to rise. The atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone knew that this guy was not joking. Once the 10 minutes were up, he would definitely start a massacre and turn the palace into a river of blood. Who are you calling trash? Suddenly, a cold voice from behind the guards. Everyone stepped aside and looked at the owner of the voice at the same time. Calm. Currently, within the Qin nation, there was probably no one who dared to say such a thing. In other words, this person was from another nation. They knew that their backbone had come out. Before the situation in the 8 Immortals County was completely stabilized, Ling Xiao's existence was still irreplaceable. They believed that Ling Xiao's appearance would solve all the problems. To these people, Ling Xiao had become a legend, a symbol. It was extraordinary. Ever since Ling Xiao left Ascension Town, he had killed so many experts and enemies along the way. Now, he had easily killed the Lightning Emperor and seized the Qin Kingdom. These people had seen it with their own eyes. He was an absolute monster. Other than death, nothing could stop him from moving forward. As long as he did not die sooner or later, he would become the top of the Black Tortoise continent. Even the high and mighty Eternal Life Palace had to bow and scrape in front of him. So he's flirting with his lover. He's not afraid. This Huo Yu came at the wrong time. Didn't you just say that Ling Xiao was afraid? I was wrong, okay? I thought Ling Xiao was injured in the previous arena battle. Who knew that he was so energetic that he could do that kind of thing? Yeah, it turns out that he doesn't care about this Huo Yu at all. You guys are underestimating the enemy too much. That Huo Yu doesn't seem like someone who's easy to deal with. Some people relaxed, while others still didn't dare to relax. After all, Huo Yu had seriously injured Chen Bai with one move. His strength was not just for show. He was too strong. Master, eat the healing pill first. Since he's here for me, let me deal with him. Actually, I've long expected this day to come. The volcano country has always coveted the Qin Kingdom. How could they be willing to give up the Qin Kingdom so easily? Ling Xiao stuffed a healing pill into Chen Bai's mouth and said, "You have to be careful. This Huo Yu is very strong. He's one of the 3 geniuses of the volcano country. His strength might be above Chen Sangxiong. This guy seriously injured me with one move. He also said that if you don't come out in 10 minutes, he'll kill his way into the palace and wash the Thunder Capital with blood." Chen Bai ate the healing pill and felt much better. Only then did he have the strength to say what he wanted to say. What a big tone. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Huo Yu. You're indeed stronger than Chen Sangxiong, but so what? Isn't it good to stay in the volcano country obediently? Why did you have to come here to die? Die? Ha ha ha. This is probably the biggest joke I've heard since I was born. Huo Yu raised his head and laughed. He didn't feel any fear from Ling Xiao, so he was even more arrogant. Then you're really sad. You'll have to live in tragedy until you die. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Huo Yu and said, "You just said that I'm trash. Then I'd like to see if you're qualified to take a punch from me." After saying that, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Huo Yu like a ghost. Then he punched out. "You're courting death. Hua Yu couldn't help but sneer when he saw that Ling Xiao actually dared to punch him. Hua Yu, was best at fist techniques. And Ling Xiao, this guy, whose cultivation was only about the same as his, actually dared to use his fist to deal with him. He circulated his internal force, and flames immediately lingered on his fist. It was exactly the same as the punch that sent Chen Bai flying. When Ling Xiao's fist approached, he was even angrier, because he realized that Ling Xiao's fist didn't contain the slightest bit of internal force. In other words, this guy actually punched out with the strength of his physical body. Bastard, you look down on people too much. Watch me smash you into pieces. Hua Yu was extremely angry. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. To deal with you, I really don't need internal force. At the same time Ling Xiao's voice sounded, the fists of the two instantly collided with each other, making a huge roar. Flames shot out in all directions. The scene of Ling Xiao being dismembered, as Hua Yu imagined, did not appear. Chapter 29:13. That was indeed the power of the physical body, but it was so powerful that it terrified him. You could even hear the sound of his bones shattering. Then he was sent flying uncontrollably. He crashed heavily into the wall on the opposite side of the street. So terrifying, Ling Xiao's fist was like a towering mountain pressing down on him. It was as if it was harder than the hardest rock in the state of Chun. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. He only looked at Hua Yu from afar. Under his cold expression, there was a hint of disdain. Such a trash dared to find trouble with him. It seemed that although his reputation was great in the Eight Immortals country, outside of the Eight Immortals country, it was still not worth mentioning. Hua Yu could feel that the bones in his right arm had been completely shattered. Waves of intense pain came from his arm. He got up from the ground in a sorry state and ate a healing pill. The pain in his arm gradually improved. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could kill Qin Sangxiong. It seemed that he absolutely could not hold back. Who is the trash? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yu mockingly. He took a step forward and spat out a cold voice from his mouth. Hua Yu said that Ling Xiao was trash, but reality proved that he was the real trash. This kind of disparity made Hua Yu feel extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Humph, you're just a little stronger than the trash I imagined. I only used 50% of my strength in that attack just now. Hua Yu defended himself. Of course, he was not bluffing. An even more resplendent flame suddenly shone in his hands. Behind him, dozens of strange flames formed. It was like a rain of fire formed by flames. Hua Yu martial soul. This was, of course, a variant of the flame martial soul, but it was undoubtedly more powerful and domineering. Take my move, Raging Meteor Flame. Hua Yu took the initiative to attack again. He did not believe that he was not a match for Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao only used his pure physical strength in that attack. Therefore, in Hua Yu's opinion, Ling Xiao was only strong in his physical body, but he had an even more powerful martial skill. It was a unique skill from the volcano country. With the continuous impact of the fire rain, 2 huge meteorites seemed to have condensed on his fists. The flames burned in the streets like a prairie fire. Martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand. However, it was not an attack. Instead, he controlled the rain of fire to a radius of 10 meters. Humph, you actually still have the heart to care about others. Eat this punch of mine. Fire rain would not be lenient just because Ling Xiao went to save others. On the contrary, taking advantage of this opportunity, he increased the output of his power. 90% of his power was concentrated on this punch. The power of the meteorite was domineering and ferocious. The fire of the meteorite was scorching hot. Boom! Their fists collided once again. The qi ran amok in the enchantment, forming a series of weapons and explosive points. This time, neither Ling Xiao nor Fiery Rain retreated. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. What? Even 90% of his power was unable to defeat him? You do not believe it. I am the main character of this era. I can't be defeated. Fiery Rain roared, and the aura in his body was rising crazily. At that moment, he felt that his raging meteorite flame had advanced. Although the previous move had condensed 90% of his power, it was only at the Great Perfection realm after all. However, under the pressure of crisis, his raging meteorite flame had broken through to the Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm was a realm that could only be encountered by chance. Once it broke through, the power of the move would be incomparably terrifying, and even comparable to the power of a 4th-level immortal grade martial skill. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, if you want to blame, you can only blame your bad luck. The raging meteorite flame of the Great Perfection Realm, you can only barely resist it. If it was the raging meteorite flame of the Transcendent Realm, how could you resist it? Originally, the Volcano King was worried about my safety and personally led the army to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Now it seems that he doesn't need to show up. I have enough power to kill you. The power of the move had advanced. Fiery Rain was overjoyed, and his lost confidence was restored in an instant. Trash. After all, you're still trash. Get lost. Fiery Rain was still there clamoring, but Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward, and his body instantly entered the beast soul transformation state of the purple lightning thunder bull. The power on his arm also increased tenfold in an instant. The terrifying power, through his fist, fiercely slammed into Fiery Rain's fists. The originally evenly matched situation was broken. Fiery Rain was repelled again. Although this time, it was not as embarrassing as the first time. It made Fiery Rain even angrier. He was still proud of himself, but in the next moment, he was directly repelled by Ling Xiao. He had already lost all his face. He must kill Ling Xiao. In front of these 8 Immortals Kingdom martial artists, he must kill Ling Xiao. Damn it, you forced me to do this. With this move, I will turn your bones into ashes. A furious roar burst out from Fiery Rain's mouth. It was still the same punch, but the astonishing power that erupted was much stronger than before. The sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking constantly came from the two fists. It was as if there were dozens of meteorites circling and dancing around his body. The terrifying power left a deep imprint on the street. Raging meteorite flame. Transformative state. Destroy everything. Destroy everything. Show the fury of the meteorites and flames. Kill. Fiery Rain became very crazy. Under his ferocious expression, there was an incomparably terrifying explosive power. His entire body seemed to have turned into a meteorite falling from the sky, and then crashed into Ling Xiao. He wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. Transformative state, raging meteorite flame. The power of dozens of meteorites, accompanied by terrifying heavenly fire. It was completely imaginable how violent and powerful it was. In the process of this move, the entire space seemed to be distorted in an instant. The terrifying power caused the ground to collapse. If it were not for the existence of the martial spirit barrier, the surrounding houses and the palace would have been destroyed. This power was really too terrifying. This guy is indeed stronger than Chen Songxiong. However, after the battle with the Thunder Emperor, not only did I have a breakthrough in cultivation, but I also comprehended the second move of the true demon sword essence, the true demon sword formation. It is different from the amplification of the true demon sword chi. The true demon sword formation is a genuine offensive sword move. It was created with the foundation of 10 mother and child demon dragon swords. When it is used, the combination of the mother and child swords can make the enemy fall into despair. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao raised his hand. 10 demon dragon swords appeared at the same time. Internal force gushed out and turned into a terrifying demonic aura that wrapped around the 10 demon dragon swords. The 10 swords, at the same time, emitted a strange sound and a dense, murderous aura. What kind of move is this? Why don't I know about it? Chun Bai saw Ling Xiao gradually use this move and was already very surprised. He only knew that the demon dragon swords contained 2/3 heaven immortal grade martial arts techniques. However, he did not know that there was a set of true demon sword essence that belonged to the 4th heaven immortal grade martial arts technique,